Hello. Thanks, Mallard. How are you doing? Yeah. If it wasn't obvious, I'm doing a Liv Morgan look. So hi, everybody. This is her theme song playing. I don't know if that was obvious either. Her new theme song that I love. I don't like her old one. Hi, Apollo. Hi, Marshall. Hi, Bob. Hi, Punani Johnson. Hi, Arrow. Everybody clap. So true. I got this shirt today and I was like, I am doing a look. The giveaway is not happening right now. We're gonna do it in a little bit. Let some people come in. We will start it in a little bit, but everybody, if you want to join the giveaway, hang out for a little bit, and we're gonna do a giveaway of Tiny Tina Wonderlands. Only one, so I gotta space it out. I don't have a bunch of keys like all these other people. But yeah, I'm Liv Morgan. Hey. When do you stream? Right now. If you need a light, you can turn on the mirror, but like turn it down. Hit the P. Like hold it. Slay. Yeah. My sister's doing a Lego structure next to me, so if you hear Jess is here, Shoddy's here. Oh no, that's what unplugged earlier, Jess. It was this fucking bird. No, it just is so finicky.
Also, I heard it, but I just like I wasn't really touching it.
Right? That song does go hard. I love Liv Morgan's new theme. She's been like up and down with theme songs in the last couple months, but that one I really like. And now she's on a tag team, so I don't know if we're gonna hear it as much as we should, but you know. Anyways, I look hot, so slay.
Gearbox.
Today is my 4th day streaming in a row in drag, so I don't want to hear it from anybody. Everybody's gonna be nice to me today, and if you're not, then eat my ass. I'm always nice. Can everybody retweet the Liv Morgan one so she sees it? Because I will poop if she sees it. Very powerful. Hold up this shirt, showing my belly, feeling vulnerable. Oh, this sleeve fell down. I'm like, what happened? Was that down when we weren't making gifts? That's sad. Hold on. Okay. Let's do it! We just... What did we do yesterday? So, the story so far... It's giving Yas Slay. Hi, Kel. So, this is like a Borderlands... What, did you just break something?
No.
This is like a Borderlands game. It's a Borderlands spin-off because in the Borderlands DLC, there was Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, or, it was introduced, and it was so well received they decided to make a game about it. So, Just Work is raiding with a party of 9. We just started stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was the stream? Sneaky Tin Man, Sneaky Man Tim. Welcome in. Paul, thank you so much for the follow. Well, Kale, you might not have to buy it. If you are in the chat, we are doing a giveaway, and you might be able to win the game. How are you doing? Happy to be here and stream so I can get a raid from you. I hope your stream was awesome. Bestie, you look so adorable. What the heck? Thank you. I'm doing a Liv Morgan look. Liv Morgan is honestly one of my biggest inspirations right now. She's such a girl boss and I love her. Yes, we're doing a sleigh giveaway. As you should. I mean, you should. I mean, we're not going to do the giveaway right now, but I just want to let you know, thank you so much, 2K, for giving me something I can give away. We're going to do a giveaway of a copy of Tiny Tina Wonderlands only on Epic Games. Only on Epic Games. So make sure you are, if you're entering the giveaway and you do not have Epic Games, please do not enter so we can pass it on to someone so they can play it and enjoy it on Epic Games. The requirements are listed on the Epic Games Store. I'm not sure of the requirements for PC, but if my busted-ass PC can run it, yours can too. So, Liv Morgan the wrestler? Of course! This is Rhea, not Rhea, it's Rhea, but I always say Rhea because my speech impediment or affliction in my fucking voice. But they're a tag team right now and I want them to win at WrestleMania and I love them. Is girl? Okay, just seen the they, them. It's not my favorite, but you can. It's totally fine. I appreciate the extra effort. But yeah, just like I said, we're not gonna do the giveaway right away. We're gonna do it in about an hour or so when people start coming in. So if you want to enter the giveaway, be my guest, but just stick around for the giveaway. But the story so far, so in this game, it's a D&D-esque type of game. It's like D&D, but it's called B&B. It's called Bunkers and Badasses. So in this game, we are following the story of Tiny Tina and her besties, and we are playing as our own character. I know the background, isn't he so cute, though? In this, we just destroyed the ocean. I know it sounds crazy. We blew up the fucking ocean. The ocean is exploded. It's gone. So we are exploring the ocean floor because there's no ocean left. And we just did a story quest, and there were 2 gay pirates. 2 gay pirates. We saw the love story of 2 gay pirates, skeleton pirates. If you want to see it, it's on my YouTube channel. The thumbnail is Gay Pirates. Gay stuff, love it. But that's the story so far. We're exploring the bottom of the ocean with no water. For whatever reason, they decided to blow up the water. Which is not very slay, but whatever. Hi, Drunken Sloth, how you doing? Gay? There was lots of gay. Gay pirates, my rights, please. Oh my god, Beidou is shaking. Loving the look today as always. Thank you. Seriously, when I tell you Liv Morgan is one of my biggest inspirations, like, she's inspired the headbands, like, I always wear all the time. Her and Daphne, but, very 2 ends of the, like, Liv is very, like, punk, and then Daphne's very, like, girly girl. But Liv Morgan is one of my biggest inspirations. So I hope she sees this. Hi, Liv. Love you. You're an inspiration for me, and you're so gorgeous. I love you. It is placked. Done. So we're gonna just dive right into it. If you want, like I said, to participate in the giveaway, stick around for a little bit. And you could win a copy of the video game. Is quaking for the blown up ocean, please. There were some gorgeous mermaids we just met in this game. It's the first time we've saw mermaids. I don't think they call them mermaids though because, you know, like copyright or whatever. Oh, and by the way, the giveaway is the standard edition. It is not the golden edition, but you will get a $60 game for free, which is kind of slay. Oh, that's right. We have to do side quests because the main quest is like level 21 and we're level 17, I think that says. I can't read from here. Hi, Kitten. How are you doing? I hope you slept well. You were up late with me last night. It was so slay. Me and Kitten got to experience the gay pirates together. It was me, Kitten, Red, and a couple other members of the chat that were up late. You're always slaying your looks. I am gagged. I tried to. I definitely thought today I was gonna just like chill out of drag, but I got my WWE shirt, so I was like, let's pull a look. Liv also does this cute thing with her makeup. She does like these drippy tear things, so I did that today. I don't know if you could see it. Yeah, I hope one of my international besties wins the game because I know the conversion is insane.
Coming from that dungeon? That's a shrine piece.
I slept great. Did you sleep? Of course I did. I slept actually really good. I slept really good besides the fact I woke up in like a crater of my own sweat because I had a nightmare about my ex-boyfriend, but it's fine. I had a nightmare that he was gaslighting me at the club, and because he works at that club, I smacked him and then got kicked out of the club. I wasn't very pleased. Not the power couple coming in and gaslighting me with the sound commands. Good morning, Talos and Anne. Amugas! Good morning, Liv Morgan. Hey, that's me. A farting dragonfly. A dragonfly. And in Talos, I just want to let you know that we are going to do a giveaway later. If you stick around, you might get a copy of Tiny Tina.
Guess I'd better find this Phil fellow. Hey, objective? That's me.
She is in WWE, Paul. For now. Her best friend, actually, Ruby Riott, she got fired from WWE, and Ruby is in AEW, but Liv is still in WWE. I haven't watched AEW. Talos has been trying to get me to watch it, but I'm just like so far off. Yes, Ruby moved. Sarah is in the countryside, pregnant, and then Liv is in WWE.
Do not forsake me, gods!
If I'm here, am I...
The style is turning me out. Oh, you mean the game? Yeah, it's like, so it wants it to look like a board game on the overworld to travel, and then in-game it's like a traditional Borderlands game. No, I just want to let you know if you stick around, I want to make sure that you get a chance to get it, because I know y'all really want it, and I know... Oh! Okay, where are my mods? I need all my mods present for this gag I'm about to tell. I'm about to drop the bomb on everybody. I can't believe I got this text message. I need my mods. Where's Gray? Where's Mia? Where's Asa? Where's Marshy? Yeah, you can't really see it, but Liv has, she has black, highlights, or lowlights, I guess you would call it. So I do have two tones. Two tones. Here, I'm gonna message all my mods. I'm gonna be like, I need y'all in stream right now. To stream, bestie. I need to spill. What is that noise? Oh my god, I thought that was your phone, but it was a sound effect in game. It was like this mystical, magical noise. It's like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, just Marshall here. The man's gotta do all the work. So this is the new area. Cute little crabs. I literally have to go right now. Well, it's over. When Marshall says he's off for the next 4 days, but he lies to me. So true. Do you do your stream? Do you mean do my makeup at the start of streams? I mean bazooka-ing this poor crab for no reason. I'm sick.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Did they just scream Monty?
Yahtzee.
Oh.
We're playing Yahtzee. I thought it was Monty too.
Yeah, me too. Did you leave the door open? Oh.
They're just...
No, I was asking because if Monty comes down here.
Oh. My room.
Chillin'.
Last one.
With the barb.
The barb was moved.
This is why I shouldn't sleep at 4 a.m. No, you should sleep at 4 a.m. Stay up with me. That's what we were up until like 5 a.m. It's kind of slay. Yes, so I used to do my makeup at the start of stream, and I thought about doing it today, but I kind of doing your makeup on stream. I give props to any other content creators that do it nowadays. I used to do it myself, but I really like that time alone and like to like prep for the stream. It's kind of like warming yourself up before the show. So I like to listen to music, and I like to listen to like funny TV shows. I like to listen to podcasts, so I have something to talk about for the stream. So I don't anymore. There are some occasions that people want, like they'll book me to do my makeup on stream, which like send me money, I'll do it. But other than that, no, unfortunately. I used to. We used to do it on Airtime, and then Airtime fucked us over. So don't install that app. Can I say that? Yeah, I can.
Let's see how far we can stretch these bad boys out. Okay, not that far.
You're wearing makeup. I thought you looked like this. Yeah, these rhinestones just on my face. Mary, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I was wondering why that app ended. Well, you didn't hear it from me. It wasn't me that leaked the intel that the company is a flop and doesn't want to pay their content creators. Anyways. You're lying. There's not snow coming. Don't. You're lying. But do you know who does work with their LGBT audience and does wonders for their community and their content creators? 2K and Gearbox.
My coffee enema is kicking in.
I didn't mean to hit that. I can't even recover from that. Okay. Thank you, Gearbox and 2K, for providing us with a giveaway key. I appreciate you. You're amazing, and I love y'all. Arrow, I don't want to talk about it. My back button, I have 3 pages of buttons, and I hit the coffee enema button. Ironically, I am drinking a coffee today, so we won. No, I know, Talos. I don't know why it's snowing. That's gross. I really need my mods to join, because I really need to tell y'all the gagarini. The gagatondra. Look at these gorgeous mermaid chameleon ladies. They're so cool.
Hope you're carrying coin. I don't kill for free.
Okay, Gray's here. I just need at least one more mod to be here because I want to tell a gaggy story. My mods are probably gonna be the only ones that get it.
Tell them I'm coming. Yeah, felt that one.
My stomach already making noises because I'm drinking a coffee. If I go BRB for more than 5 minutes, you know why.
Spells are up.
Now that's the great time to use this soundboard.
Oh, my coffee enema is kicking in.
That was the appropriate use for that. Tell us, can you ask that question you did earlier? I didn't get to read it, but I wanted to talk about it. Hey, yo, we're looking for Phil. Phil on tequila?
Yo!
Please. Thank you, Talos. I will read that in just a second. What is this? When did I get this? I got a snowblower? Wait, do I have a 4th weapon slot now? When did that happen? Oh my god! I've been so, like, busy and, like, crazy that, like, this morning I was talking to my mom and I was like, ugh, like, tomorrow's Monday and, like, I gotta do stuff on Monday and shit. And then my mom was like, honey, it's Saturday. So, tomorrow's not Monday. And I was like, what? I was, like, actually, like, gagged. I was like, what? So that happened. And, yeah. Apparently I just forgot, didn't see that this happened, so things are happening and I'm just not seeing what's happening. Oh, your channel blocked my comment. It does that a lot. I gotta fix it, but I don't want to fix it. My fupa. My belt is highlighting my fupa. Oh, it does block that word, yeah. It doesn't like the C word. How would you compare this game to Borderlands 2, since that one is the best of all the Borderlands game, and how does this one stack up? I don't want to be the one because, like, y'all are probably like, Nem is getting all these PR from 2K and 2K's being so nice to Nem, so Nem's probably gonna blow smoke up my ass. But, like, when I say it, I mean it. I've been waiting for this game ever since release, and I think it really holds up, and I think it's better. If I can't say because I haven't beat the game yet, but if post-game has anything similar to Borderlands 2 with, like, loot bosses, this game will probably outsell the entire series. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Probably because the team and everybody worked so hard on the character designs, the gun designs, the everything about this. Everything is so whimsical and stuff. Like, it's so good. You look very beautiful today, by the way. Thanks, Kale. I almost called you Queersicle. Call you by your username. That sounds dirty. Yeah, thanks, Queersicle. That's so that's so nasty. Thanks, Talos OG. Thanks, rather not be here. They're really turning out the party. Anytime I get an email or anything from them about anything, it's amazing. They actually were just treating my friend Jesselyn really great at a 2K press party for this, and they had like a mechanical bull that was Butt Stallion, and it was just like so cool. Like, they're an amazing company. And I'm like really not even saying that to like blow smoke up your asses, guys, but like I have, over the 3 years of my streaming and working with some big brand companies and working with some now that aren't great, 2K and Gearbox have been outselling, amazing, so nice, and it means the world for like someone like me, trans femme, non-binary individual, to like be respected and treated like equal and treated with respect. Like, I am a person in the workplace and you're not just gonna throw me to the side and do nothing with me. Like, I am getting treated so correctly. It makes me so happy and honored. So this game's fucking great. And I'm not just saying that. Hit the slay button. You hear the sound effect when I hit it?
Only heard that one.
Where the fuck are your mods? Well, Gray's here. I just want to wait for, like, at least Asa or Mia. Mia's probably napping and Asa's playing Sims. Where's little guy?
You're in full bloom, ain't
Oh my god, you scared me. Hit the coffee enema slay button. That's got a lot of use out of her tonight. We need to let her rest. I need to hit a slay button. And I have so many sound effects. I haven't had a day off to like make more. I haven't had literally a day off. Like last night, I was making my thumbnails for my YouTube videos at 6 a.m. So, hi.
Well, look what crawled up Jacob's ladder.
Thank you, Paul. My last like 3 posts I've been like Tiny Tina cosplaying. Like, jeez. Come up with something else, NemesisLacroix. Hey, Lacroix, Lacroix. I forgot something in my makeup routine. Uh-oh. It's fine. Ugh, Mia's not home. It's over. Little guy's not home.
Dusting the crops again?
Hey, yo. Knock down the box.
You, Phil? I'm here to help. If you're paying.
Really? Oh, you're wonderful. Who and whatever you are.
Not Skyrim. Hit that slay rim button.
I'm not a pirate lawyer, though.
Anyone can be a pirate lawyer. All you need to do is pay.
I will say, I don't know how much I love pirates, but someone who loves pirates must love this section of the game.
See if there's a release nearby that'll get me out.
Anytime I think of pirates, I think of this place back in the day here in Massachusetts called, do you remember what it was called? We used to do birthdays there all the time. Like, it was like mini golf, but there was like pirates everywhere. Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Don't look at me like I'm crazy.
I was getting to his deal before you went and acted like a big old bigot.
I think it was like Scallywags. It was Scallywags.
That does sound
But some like creepy old man would get up in a pirate costume and just walk around like, "Arr, you got the hole in one!" Like, all right. Like a children's mini golf place to this old ass man in a costume. So I don't like pirates. But you know, the only pirate I like is Beidou from Genshin, but she's an anime beautiful woman, so.
All right, let's get this totally, probably not, but maybe evil dude out of there.
Wait, what's going on? Oh, stop.
Oh, Jack Sparrow's kind of sexy.
I don't want it.
Phil!
I like that ride at Disney.
Phil!
When you go down and it splashes you, it goes wee.
You fell for the oldest trick in the book. A lever that seems to be a release lever. But it ain't that
I want to go to Disney so bad. Like, so bad. I just want to go as like an adult and not with like, you know, some shitty person, aka my ex-boyfriend. My poor ex-boyfriend, if he ever sees any of these videos, like a supercut of me just trashing him,
Right, you need ammunition.
like it's like every other stream. It's bad. Listen, I'm not the crazy ex-girlfriend, but like literally like he has bad rep, so. Also, I was thinking about it the other day, Telos, you would understand this most because I cried to Telos the most about this. But can you believe, like, 2 to 3 months ago I was crying about a stupid little twink, and now I'm getting sponsored and getting flown out places and, like, living my dreams? Like, if you would have told, what would you tell old Nemesis from 3 months ago?
Okay, so the guy said he had a certificate of non-evilness from Butt Stallion in his cave, right?
Oh, hey, you remember the thing from like 17 seconds ago.
I'd love to date a bear.
Good.
I feel like a bear would treat me right.
Thank you. You should.
My
be.
sister next to me is
So,
like, what the fuck?
guess we
You
need to
you're
find
gonna date an
directions,
animal?
Damn right, fool. Follow them direcciones.
Quite the collect.
Bow and everything.
My sister's making a Winnie the Pooh Lego thing, and she wants to show you all the Eeyore. There he is.
I had to put on a little tail.
Little tail.
Bow.
Oh wow.
As an extra.
Hand modeling. Yeah, I could put it in my hair.
Hey.
Yeah, that other one that I literally got stranded on the highway and I had to text Jess to hopefully come get us a jumper cable, but Jess wasn't in town, so I had to sit in a car for 4 hours with McDonald's and this man that wanted me to suck his dick, but I didn't want to touch him. Yeah, I remember that! It was so fun!
Being for the Jersey Shore.
Oh, I love Quentin reviews. Are you saying I should date him? Is he single looking for a Mrs. reviews? Does he like trans femme non-binary people? Does he have money? Probably with those videos. Fuck.
Round and round and round and round.
Not 5'5". I'm gonna look like a giant. Can we shoot like? Can we shoot bigger? Like 5'9"? So I don't look like a huge woman. Unless they're into that. Yeah, all my videos get copywritten and taken off monetization because I'm pretty and they're intimidated. I'm taller than you. I'm 6'1", 5'11". I say that because my hair. So I don't really know. So. Oh, I'm like, where are we waiting for this guy in the sky? But oh yeah, I have gamer hunch, so maybe I'm not 6'1". Maybe I'm like 5'10". I'm allowed to make that joke. None of you are allowed to talk about my gamer hunch, or you will be sacrificed.
This map only shows where the local town is.
Well, then I guess you better find a local then, huh, bud?
More meat for the grinder.
Let's get to killing.
That pirate guy looks like a local. Maybe he'll help us out.
Yeah, but we'll have to act the part.
Oh!
Cue pirate stuff.
Not let's act the part and I come in guns a-blazing. Do you mind?
He ain't a pirate from the looking.
Oh, I'm definitely a pirate. Ahoy! See?
Gotta say.
See?
Nailed it.
Ahoy.
You're a pirate, are ye?
Oh my god, GG good. Ahoy.
How you're gonna do that then?
Where's
I just bought this game.
I'm going to
Congratulations.
do it.
No, fine
It's a very
idea,
sly
that.
game.
I do love me some looting. As for Phil's cave, it's just down the way. Good luck getting in, though.
We all go to Chili's. Why
When
Chili's?
some other sea dogs went down there to try to loot the place already.
Oh, because your
we
previous
might have
message.
some competition.
You know I'm not gonna eat salsa. Why would you even say that?
Ooh, what's that scrawled upon your...
No, you're just a top that wants bottomless food. Am I right? Oh!
It's a poem. Surely the author would be glad to see its safe return.
That was funny. Laugh.
You will die by my fang. Smell that, sisters. For dinner.
So very much. Not har. What's trans femme? Instead of saying trans woman or trans man, because I don't identify as one gender specifically that is written in history as something. Do you know what I'm getting at? I don't see myself as a man or a woman. I see myself as an individual, but I lean towards more feminine aesthetics and feminine presenting stuff. So, trans femme implies that. But also the non-binary umbrella encompasses a whole section, a whole gender identity spectrum, so that has a name. Trans femme. Oh, yeah, you're saying like, oh, that has a name. Yeah. It's called trans femme. Because I don't see myself as like a woman. As of right now, I mean, gender is an ever-evolving thing. I might eventually, but as of right now, I identify as trans femme. Non-binary.
Place. I have ever mind a keyhole, that tricky wizard. What's that?
You're so welcome. I'm not very good at like being very politically correct in a sense, because I'm not good with words, because I'm just like, haha, poopy fart, but I try my best when I can. So that's not like the correct like by definition, but it's just how I define it. And I mean, really, gender is what you want to make it. So there's not really there's not a right or wrong way to do gender. Like, it's your own gender discovery and journey. You can identify however you would like.
Before you looms a puzzle.
Got it.
What? Ugh. Stupid robot. Well, you shut up and you let the others figure it out, okay?
Fine.
Me struggling? Yeah, it's not that hard. It's a word.
Come on, y'all. The solution's got to be nearby. That's
Then there's the opposite, where is trans mass, like me. Exactly.
I know. Don't you think I know that?
And some trans people would like to identify as, by definition, man, by definition, woman. So that's why there are other ways to describe it. And it is evolving. Like, a couple years ago, there was no words to describe it. That's why so many people are really discovering non-binary and... Can you shut up, Wanda Sykes? It is evolving because, like, a couple years ago, like, seriously, there was no, like, it wasn't as... I don't want to say popular, but, like, it wasn't really... Anyone really dived into it, and, like, it really made sense to a lot of people. So... My egg cracked only a couple months ago. Congratulations, though. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. I mean, on my birthday, I was like, I'm tired of living pretending to be a man, so... I've been saying that for months, but I haven't posted about it. And I've been growing my hair out for almost a year now. It's not where I want it to be, but... Yeah, I'm not saying there's like... It's wrong to identify, but it's just not how I identify, you know?
I was just about to say that.
Hey, just trying to help.
I see myself as
Now we
Nemesis,
have to find
and
that guy's certificate of
I am
non-use.
stupid and gay,
Although I still have my doubts.
so...
So voices.
I know, right?
I'm not the one who made him sound super evil. You did.
Maybe I wanted to see how prejudiced my players are. Huh? You ever think of that?
I will admit that had not occurred to me. No.
Yeah, you didn't.
All right,
It really
fine.
has been.
I'm a voicist. Is that what you want to hear?
Admitting it is
Ah, Cal!
Come on.
Stop! When you come into my streams, I want to just like stop the presses. I want to like celebrate, cheer. I love you so much. How are you doing? Thank you. I'm doing Liv Morgan, some like hot wrestler that me and Onyx stan. How are you doing? I'm so happy to see you. Everybody, if you can, go on social medias. Go on TikTok, follow Default Gwen. One of my all-time long besties. Like, seriously, follow them. They're so hot. I'm nearing 40. In my teens, I would bind with ace bandages. Now these kids have binder companies. My heart's so happy. I know, isn't it awesome? One of our mods is, like, just turning, like, that age to, like, be their own person. So, and they've been already, like, binding and everything. So it's, like, I just love seeing, like, trans youth, like, do well. You know what I mean? Opposed to, like, struggling. I love you. I love you too. I need to see you soon. I need to see you soon. I need to. Even though we're both, like, scared to go outside of our houses, but, like, I need to see you. Oh, we're inside a pirate ship, y'all. We're inside. Slay moment.
Huh. Well, that's pretty
Slowly. No, that's totally valid. I remember you told me that last time and I was like, I totally understand. Like, I traveled to Dallas twice this month, and I was like terrified the entire time. It was like my first time like leaving the house in like forever. Came from the raid and ended up possibly finding my identity. Spell! I'm glad I can do that. This is the brand new addition to the... Do it. Open the fucking bag! My sister's doing Legos on the side, if anybody was unaware. This is the new addition to the Borderlands series from Gearbox and 2K. 2K does the WWE games, and they're branching out to do horror games and help with the Borderlands games. They've always been there, but they definitely helped a lot out on this game, from what I'm understanding. And we actually are doing a giveaway today, so for PC gamers, if you would like a giveaway, 2K has been working with me to give away some games, so we're going to give away one code today, soon. I know I keep saying soon, but I just want to have a good variety of peoples in here. If you want to enter the giveaway, I believe right now, if you're in chat, type the word 2, like the number 2 and K. 2K, and that will enter you in the giveaway. Choose yes, just like Anne did. 2K. 2K. Hey, I did it. It kind of looks like a K. Hey, yo.
2K is the basketball.
Oh, I know it. I met with Lexi. She does the WWE games. I shared a drink with her. Yeah, it's lovely.
Free VC.
Well, I'm doing some wrestling content, so I'm like, let's go, baby. If you are non-binary, then how are you gay? No, it's okay. I just identify that way because, I have pee-pee and pee-pee go in me and pee-pee pee-pee. You're welcome for that definition. And my pee-pee is not going anywhere. It is staying there. Hi, AJ. Oh my god, all my IRL besties are coming in today. I can't. It makes me so happy. But I mean, thank you. Very good definition.
Somewhere, somehow.
I can't really describe it to you. I don't really know. Like, it's more of me just being like silly and funny. I guess I really identify as like pansexual. I would love anybody, regardless of their gender. But like, in theory, I have pee-pee, and pee-pee, I like pee-pee. So, hey, yo. I like, what even is gay? I mean, everybody's a little gay. You can't look at me and be like, nah, you ain't gay. Like, I'm gay. Yeah, I'm actually Joey J. You look cute. Thanks, Lily. How are you doing? Happy to see everybody. Yeah, queer is totally, that's a lot easier. I just say gay for the meme. Hypothetically, if I was in a relationship with a man, I guess we could like, in a way, say somewhat straight. It would be a straight but queer relationship. But that's a topic for another day. That's a long conversation. But let me tell you, it's chocolate. Well, it wasn't chocolate, but you know, we'll have it here. No, there's a lot to unpack. I didn't realize we were gonna have so many gender and like conversations. But what were we talking about? Everyone do a deep breath. Who is on your shirt? This is Rhea Ripley. See, I didn't say Rhea. I beat my speech impediment. We did it. We won. No, it's okay. We were like spiraling into a conversation that I don't know if I'm ready to have because like I don't even know the answers.
Someone's looked away from a big screen so that they can look at a smaller screen.
See?
Okay.
See?
My character
looks
dragging me.
super
Rude.
evil.
Are you still going on about that?
Huh. Well, I'll be damned. It's real. And that's Queen Butt Stallion's hoof print right there. I'd recognize it anywhere.
See? Not evil. Anyway, we got what we came here for. Now we just have to talk our way
At the end of the day,
down
gender identity and LGBTQIA gay stuff is fluid, and you can be whatever you want. Be who you are. Your pride.
Numbers, go!
I'm mostly just Apollo. Yeah, me, but with Nem. I don't know if that's like normal to be like, hi Nem, when I'm like, you know, not in face, but it's gonna have to. Like when we were here streaming with Zane and Onyx, because me and Zane went to school together, we went to makeup school together, we call each other our names out of drag, so, and we also have the same name out of drag, which is funny. So when he called me it, I was like, oh my god, I haven't been called that in so long. Like, it's so weird to hear my real name. Also, if you didn't see the stream collaboration with Onyx and Zane, we played WWE a couple weeks ago. It is going live on my YouTube channel, an edited version and then the uncut version. Both videos will be going up. The edited video is about 20 minutes. The unedited is about 3 hours. Both will be going up for your viewing pleasure if you want to see 3 drag queens play WWE and just talk shit. So that will be going up in the next couple days. Not you leveling up Alloy. You're really bored, aren't you? The day I don't call you Nem. Like, literally, it would be like that scene in American Horror Story Apocalypse where the birds are circling, like the crows, and then the sky is like red and the world is ending. That's gonna happen. Yeah, the only people that are allowed to either misgender me or call me my name out of drag are Zane, Onyx, my sister, and my mom. That's it. Nobody else. You've all been warned. Can I just say I die at all your TikToks, by the way? It's something about TikTok, when I tell you, it's calculated timing. I didn't realize how the timing of TikToks is so important. Like, I have a specific time I post and a specific cutoff of the videos, and then it does amazing. I don't know what it is. It's just, it's calculated. Dainsliff? Like from Genshin? The Genshin Impact?
But I killed them first.
Mine have been flopping. For me, my TikToks do well. I don't know if it's my audience. Mine do well if I post at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because that's when all time zones except Australia are like awake and like on TikTok. That's how I see it. At least for my audience. And we just hit 75K on TikTok. Everywhere, all my social media is NemesisLacroix except for here. I'm Nemesis Network on Twitch.
Then let's destroy the evidence. Duh.
For once,
I can't wait to see you in the chasm, Dane. It's so true. It's true. I'm excited for the chasm. Very excited. I haven't been playing Genshin lately. I haven't played, like, just got off the boat, you know, a little trip from Tip Yacht. Just landed, like, fresh tilapia. I can't with you. Well, welcome in. There's room for everyone. Let's just say that. What is that? Oh my god, I thought it was a... Genshin is kind of dry. It is very dry right now. There's something stabbing me in my back right now. What is that?
What?
My bra.
Who said that?
What was that?
What was that? Can we get an outfit check? Yeah. If I can even stand up, because, you know, I don't have a lot of room in my... Hey! I have to crouch, but they're my favorite pants. They're flared. And I have this belt. I can't really show y'all. And then I cropped the shirt. It's rolled up because I don't want to cut it. And then, yeah. And then I have black extensions in, but you can't really see them, so. Did you and your sister go to see Batman yet?
What are you talking about?
I wish you would have said that louder. My sister said no. Next question. My sister just started a new job, and I apparently am gonna be starting a new job as well soon, but I don't know if that's actually gonna be true. If my mods would show up.
It's work again tomorrow, we can go.
We should.
I'm on 2 days now.
What, at Schrashburger?
The burger. Ditching the burger.
Are you just not showing up? You're like, bye.
Yeah, I said I was sick.
Slay.
Yeah, it's really bad though, because like one of my friends that I work with wanted to bring me stuff today. She was like, I'm sorry you feel so bad. Can I bring you something?
I will not be.
Yeah, bring me stuff.
I was like out with mom at the time.
Oh my god, yeah, I've heard Zoe Kravitz is so good in it. She's so hot, I've heard. So slay. So true, Dainslew. So true. Oh my god, wait. I look like the babysitter, like the movie. Like that character, whatever her name is. Like that campy movie with Bella Thorne, right? It's Bella Thorne. Have you never seen that movie? Bella Thorne, whatever her name is. Bella Thorne, she's Thor.
She's Thor.
Just the hammer.
I have a theory.
Bucci Flake, thanks for the follow. Do you respect trans people?
Very helpful, thank you.
Sorry.
Can't
No,
wait
it's
to
so
throw some
good.
spells.
That's gonna be my new thing when someone follows. Hi, do you respect trans people? I'm so funny.
You're driving me nuts. What's your fear of bullets?
So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh?
Okay, I'm noticing a pattern.
Further evidence that my theory is correct.
And I don't suppose you're ready to share that theory.
I am not.
Ha,
Hey,
I'm
yo.
used to this. Oh, you are vile!
Hello, do you respect trans people? Hello, do you respect trans people? Hello, do you respect trans people? Be beating up that guy. Hello, do you respect trans people?
It's American.
Owned.
You'll be missed. I mean, maybe. I don't know your life.
Anybody that hasn't entered the giveaway, we are gonna pull it in a little bit. If you want to enter, just type in the words 2K, like well, not words, they're letters and syllables. Nope, symbols. What are they?
Now that's the
Type
good
in the
stuff.
fucking number 2 in the letter K for a game. This look. Thanks, Asa. Okay, we have 2 mods present. I can tell the story.
Oh, you're still on that?
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to come in. Hey, yo. Which I probably could have just told it through the chat and told them the backstory a little bit, but I wanted someone that really understood it to come out. So, okay. I need to stop. Let me get through this fight. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna tell the story now. Wait a minute. Let me get through this. Hold on. I need all my brain cells to tell this story because I have to tell the backstory.
You know, it seems like Phil actually put those totems around to protect the pirates from the monsters.
Just as I theorized.
Oh, is it? Is it really? Or are you just saying that now that I figured it out so you look like a big smarty pants?
I don't need your approval.
Ugh, whatever. Now that we've destroyed the evidence, let's just...
I've come to the conclusion that I think Valentine is hot.
Brave it in!
Not sure why.
Spell slots are ready! Put out the oven!
Okay, so let's tell the story, shall we? So, if you were unaware, I used to work in an arcade. I've been working in arcades for basically my entire career besides streaming. I think those are the only places I've worked. I don't think I've worked anywhere else. I worked at this local place, then I worked at a Dave & Buster's, then I worked at some place in New York, then I worked at another Dave & Buster's, and then I worked at this local place again that I started working at arcades at. So, I've never stopped working at arcades. So, when I got the job at the local place that I started my arcade stuff in, they promoted me instantly. I became a manager, which was so slay. First time I've ever been a manager. Worked there for, I want to say like 5 months, because they just reopened. Did streaming and worked this job at the same time. So I could pull in some extra money so we could get some new stuff for the stream, so I could afford video games, because Twitch does take a huge percentage out of my payout, so I couldn't really do full-time streaming, but thankfully I have been, because y'all have been so amazing and great. But, so the gag is, I got fired from this arcade the week before Christmas with no notice. None. They fired all of us. They shut down the establishment. They like abandoned the place. Like, it was completely fucked up. Like, fired all of our... No, it's not. Well, it is, but I should have gotten unemployment, and they did reimburse me with a big paycheck when, like, they were like, this is gonna be your last paycheck, we're giving you a fat one. But, like, still, it was not enough because, like, you know, I was unemployed. So thankfully I had streaming. But the gag is they messaged me today, and you're not gonna believe what they said. They said, we are opening back up and would love to have you come back and work for us on Memorial Day weekend. You what? You what? After you fired me the week before Christmas, no pay, all of us, no warning, you want me to come back and work for your ass on Memorial Day weekend where it's gonna be swarmed busy because we live on the beach. If it's a nice day, we're fucked. And it's not even, like, I don't even remember how to work there. I don't remember how to work everything. You want us to get back into the swing of things that quick? After you fired us? Not only that, they were gonna promote me to, like, location manager. Like, I was gonna own the arcade. Like, I was gonna run the fucking show. Like, I was gonna be able to write down papers, buy machines, and do everything. After that, I got fired. After they promised me extra pay and a promotion. And now they want me to come back? Funny. That being said, I might work there. Just for some extra dollars. But I will be asking for a large amount of money. Like, I will be like, you're starting me at this pay. If not, I will not be working for you, and you can be fucked over. No, like, it's good. Like, the pay is good. Like, I would love to do it just to, like, have more money to travel and pay on for stream. Like, it was a big L when I wasn't getting paychecks. Like, my only paycheck right now is from Twitch, and it's like every month I get some crumbs of money, which isn't great, but the extra pay helped a lot, so I might. Just, it depends on how the schedule falls. If they want me to work, like, weekdays, and then I can take weekends off, sure. If it's the same people in charge, oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh, and it is. So, yeah.
What an epic belly rub you shall
I'll stay until it crashes and burns again. Let's just say that I'm not going to rely on it like I used to.
Get stuck.
But it's still messy to fire all your employees the week before Christmas and then expect them to come back like that.
To do a killer's job.
Like, if it doesn't work with my stream schedule, nah.
That's my boy.
Like, this is my full-time job. That will be the extra.
This will be over before you can regret it.
Like, I already know when we reopen, the people that are gonna be there, they're gonna be like, why did y'all fucking close? Like, we wanted to spend our tickets. I'm gonna be like, I don't fucking know, Karen. I just got fired. Like, what do you want? Ooh, bitch, and when a Karen does try me, I want to speak to your manager. Bitch, I am the manager. And what? I'm gonna go back and find my tweets talking shit about them. And then, like, be like, well, here we are again. I'm gonna find my tweet that's like, I got fired. And then I'm gonna be like, well. Back open for business. Back on my BS.
You might be wondering why I called this meeting.
Which, again, they wanted to stay open during the winter, which was not a good idea. I'm not sure why they tried. But, go off, I guess. Hope they dealt with the rats, because they had rats. So let's do that, because we have food in our establishment. So let's figure that out first, before we reopen.
There's no reply. He ain't in there. He gone.
Damn, they must have moved him to the jail already. Let's track him down.
I guess we'll have to figure out how to get up there.
There appears to be only one way forward.
Oh man, I hope it's not another puzzle.
Nope.
Precarious cliffside platforming!
Oh, great!
Oh, hey. Anyways, we're playing Tiny Tina Wonderlands.
Oh, that's one lucky die.
How's everybody doing? I'm doing a side quest because I need to level up before we do the next main quest. I mean, I could do it, but, like, because, like, the game we changed from balanced to casual, which, like, it's not gonna give us too much of an issue. But, I just want to, like, take my time with this game. I'm in no rush to beat it. Like, I'm not gonna, like, speed through and do shit. Like, all that. I want to do, like, everything.
From its a little bitty bottom to its sweet tippy top.
Yeah. There's always a way in, though. Well...
Yeah, like yesterday when we played with Deer and Kara and Trashly, there was a side quest that was Murphs, and there were Smurfs,
Just being meta.
but like there was another like generation of Smurfs that were a different color, and they were like having like a cult war. It was crazy.
What's that spell called?
Oh, no, I mean, like, with an explosion.
You're just a simple little man, aren't you?
I'm not little!
Okay, you see a cannon.
Wow, really just giving it away.
I haven't done it on this save file, so we can do the Murphs quest again.
Being stuck sucks butt.
I have like no ammo and haven't had an ammo station in like an hour.
Nasty, ugly, angry. They all break the same as the rest.
Take a cruise, they say. See the world,
Dead men really
Ooh, slay. What's this? Oh, we break it. Oh, we have to shoot it?
Boom! You'll love to see it.
Calm your nips, knucklehead. We still gotta find our client.
Not calm your
I've
nips.
been reviewing the statutes of pirate law, and their legal definition of evil is pretty open to interpretation.
Oh yeah? Where would I find that if I wanted to give it a little look-see?
Appendix R.
Boobies.
What?
You don't.
Boobies.
You know what? Never mind.
Oh, I get it.
Do you?
Hi, Maddie bestie. Maddie, are you staying up late tonight? Go get yourself a Red Bull. Let's party. Hey, yo. And Anna's Kelly Kelly. It's true.
Hello.
Holla! Cannon greaser. Not the grease. Can y'all see the rhinestones on my face? Is that a thing? Or are they just like... You just can't even see them.
That's enough to wilt grass. Still time
That's
to
so
run
slay.
the other way. See what happens?
I don't know why we're up till 9 a.m. Eastern. It took me a minute, but I can see them. Okay, that's slay. As long as you can. They're like tiny rhinestones, but she does do like little rhinestones on her face. I didn't want to do like the tears she does. I don't know. I like the little rhinestones opposed to like the tears. Hi, Kate. Thanks, baby. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, I don't know why I was up late either last night. Thought it was glitter. That's kind of the vibe she does though. She does like glitter tears. That's very Gwen. Very Gwen's tease. What were we talking about again? I keep forgetting. That coffee enema really hit me. Oh yeah, I was up late because I had to do a bunch of like thumbnails and uploading videos. I had to upload the Martha is Dead VOD, and then I had to upload the 3 Tiny Tina videos, and then I have to render the 2 unboxing videos and edit that, and then I didn't even get around to doing emails. It was...
Indeed, friend.
I would actually love a Red Bull right now. Get one, bestie. Let's do it. I'm having a coffee and a Monster. I'm up late tonight. It's Saturday. I didn't realize it was Saturday. Sunday, we're gonna wear like PJs, and then Monday's my day off. And then we'll be back on Tuesday. Tuesday.
Come on now, it's just Phil. You guys are the only ones who call me that.
Oh, this is Phil. Wait, he's hot.
Jerk.
Ooh. He's like hot.
If there be anyone who would stand in defense of this clearly
Hey,
evil
yo.
young sack, you must report to the courthouse at once.
No dumpy though. Okay. We're going to Pirate Court? I go to Pirate Court. Hi. What was that? Oh. Robot Pirate Island.
You cannot escape my gaze.
Not Penn Island. Hey, yo! We have money, honey, but I don't want to spend it here. Hey, yo, can someone like, scour the internet to find skeleton key codes for this game? Because I really want to do them.
You there! Take your place upon the dais if you intend to mount a defense for this cretin.
Cretin seems a little harsh.
This Pink Bob?
Confirm
Yes,
he's
Barb.
accused and probably guilty. We will...
Yes, can you actually? I would love them.
begin momentarily.
I like ate before I got on and I'm already hungry again. I have donuts, which is kind of slay. Oh, hi, Phil.
Okay, what's your plan?
How would you feel if I just killed them all instead?
No, listen. Just present the certificate and tell them I'm a really decent guy who just wants to help people.
Is he a murderer? Why do I think he's hot?
Court is now in session. The somewhat honorable Judge Boyle presiding, which is me, Judge Boyle. We are here to prosecute the case of one Crooked Eye Phil, who has been accused of being super evil by pretty much everybody. If the defense has any new evidence...
Not all the red flags, and I'm like, he's hot! Yeah. That's very me, though. Oh, I have to present the evidence.
Your somewhat honor. This certificate of non-evilness from Queen Buttstallion says he's totally not evil.
What? Oh, objection!
Overruled.
Damn. Wait, you can't do that. Keep up these shenanigans, and I'll hold you in contempt of court and in general. Now, I must confer with my counsel about the evidence
That
presented.
emote.
Yar, blow me down, yar. That's so me. Yar.
Well, this isn't going great.
It's been determined that the certificate of non-evilness is fraudulent.
Hi, House Music.
And also that it has a
I almost didn't see you there, House Music.
Something an idiot would make up.
Well, that was rude.
Huh? He's your character. You made him say that.
What can I say, Vivi? My baby's got a life of their...
I don't want to die.
What happened? Why is there a shark?
Michael Foul!
What's happening?
The spoils of war. This fight could be worth my time.
How are we doing today, House Music? Are we feeling sexy and free? What, playing with a Kirby? Oh yeah, I watched it last night. It was camp. Hi, Christian girl. Hey, yo. Crown Georges. True spell. I watched the Roscoes with Willow, Angeria, and Bosco too. It was really good. The way Willow was so high. I don't know if they smoke, but they were just like so tired. They're like, it was just so funny. Like, they're so funny. If Willow doesn't make top 4, whatever you want to say, I'm gonna be upset. If Willow doesn't win, I don't know. I really love them. This sounds so mean, but do you think George was in the workroom actually thinking she had a shot to win? Okay, so how many lip syncs has she done? I think she's at 4 now, right? Did you finish it? Oh. Only the first 4? How many bags are there? Oh.
This is like actually the biggest.
It begins.
Dude, this or Thanos.
Oh, you should have got the Thanos!
Yeah, but this one
Died nicely, though.
I went half on this one. I'll buy the thing.
Slay.
Is it?
Yeah, Shadi's here. Shadi's doing a Lego sculpture of Winnie the Pooh.
Court is adjourned.
Oh my. I didn't want it to go this way. I just wanted to live and let live. You know, I think there's something profound to be said here about the nature of evil.
Well, what is it?
It's
Not please ask Shadi if they've heard from Lois. I'm worried for her.
No, I was actually like, I saw you texting me more than once. What the fuck is happening? So I went to the bathroom at work, and then I opened it. It's a bunch of clips. So I'm sitting there, no AirPods in. Like, I'm just sitting in the bathroom, like that anyone can go in, not the staff one. Restaurant bathroom, sitting there, watching these clips on my phone, geeking out on the toilet, like just laughing my ass off. Oh my! It was so accurate.
I know. I was like,
cannot
it's so
forget you.
accurate. It was so
I was showing
accurate.
them to mom too.
It's
She was
so
like,
funny.
That's a little too.
We have to make mom in it. Oh my god, why haven't I made mom?
What game is this? And I was like, I did it forever.
Well,
Literally
I got rid of my DS, but I just rebrought it.
This is the game that I would watch play for hours.
Yeah.
It's not even like interesting.
It's just silly and stupid. It's like
It's
Sims
funny.
but me's.
Yeah.
And like It's like Sims with Mii's, but like on crack. Like it's like weird. It's like hallucinogenics energy. It's crazy.
The Legos.
The Lego ASMR.
The Lego ASMR.
You look hot. Liv would be honored. I hope she sees it. I'm gonna do a photo shoot when I get upstairs. I'm gonna do a photo shoot with a baseball bat. I don't know. I think that would look hot. No, I'm just cold. I might turn up the heat. I think I turned it down but forgot to turn it back on. Hi, Lee.
Do not forsake me, gods!
We'll do the giveaway, I would say, in a couple of minutes. So if you want to win a copy of Tiny Tina Wonderlands available on the Epic Games Store, make sure you type the letter, the number 2 and the letter K in chat. Have a shot at winning the giveaway. I will get it eventually. Maybe one day.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
Mayhaps.
What? What'd you just say?
Mayhaps.
What is that from?
She just said it in the game.
Jameson says it all the time, and I don't know where he got it from.
It's just like a silly
Every
thing.
time I say perhaps, he says that back.
It says
at me.
mayhaps.
Yeah.
It's just like a silly meme.
Never heard it before.
Really?
No.
That's funny. Welcome in, Fran. Oh, I finished the side quest. I'm like, why is it sending me here after that? That's so weird. Oh, here is the Smurfs quest. Let's do that, because it was really funny. Have a nice stream. Good night, Arrow. Thanks for hanging for a little bit. We vibing. Lee, sweetie. Why are you tired? My favorite meme, one of my favorite memes to this day on Drag Race is when they were doing the trampoline photo shoot on season 3. They were talking to Delta and they go, Delta, we need you to get off the ground a little more. Like, so rotten. Oh my god. Delta, can you get a little higher, honey? Oh my god, you have daylight savings today, so that is why Lee is tired, truly. Please. This really is so D&D. I feel like you would really love it. I hope you get it. I hope one of the besties get it. That noise. That was scary. The noises stop. I'm scared. Who's playing the violin? Who are playing the violin? Stop. Not Martha. I can't. I was trying to explain that game to Jess, and I was like, this game is nuts. Like, the goriest, scariest... I wouldn't say scariest, but like, most brutal fucking horror game I've ever played in my life. They rip someone's face off. They literally, you have to rip, so you have to slowly watch your character rip the baby out of someone's stomach, cut her open, and rip the fetus out. I couldn't even show it on stream. It was horrible. It was horrible. It was so horrible. I almost got sick. Like cutting her up from the kitty.
That's enough video game.
Yeah. All the way up. It was nuts. Like, the face thing was fine because I just watched Texas Chainsaw, but like, I was like, the kitty cutting to the baby, I can't. So if you want to watch that VOD, that's available on my YouTube channel right now. Yeah. Jesus Christ, I feel sick. I heard that game got censored on PS Store. So you can play it censored or uncensored. As exclamation point YouTube, I think. I should do that, though. Hey!
Get stuck.
Fuck off. I don't like that you can get dupes. That's my only complaint so far, is that you can get duplicate patterns. But that's happened before in Borderlands games. But this one seems a little more like single player based. Sorry, the coffee's making me really like burpy. Hey yo, these mushrooms. Stop. Ugh, I need food. I'm yawning because there's no food in my system. I had like 10 hash browns and that was it. Need sustenance.
Hey there, stranger. I'm afeard I can't stay and greet you proper like.
That's Murfette.
Murfetta, and I'm terrible charmed at your heroic person.
Murfetta.
I'm about to head out on a mission, but if you'd lend us your aid, go talk to.
It's a reference to Smurfs.
Now, if you'll kindly excuse me, stranger.
Murphs, Smurfs, camp.
Now look alive, you Murphs. This here mission we're setting out upon is a Murphin danger and then some. That wicked old whiz car done Murph-napped our kinsman, and I aims to reclaim.
I don't get it.
Let's move.
Well,
as you
maybe
command, my wife queen. We'll defend you to the death,
unsmoke
wife
your
queen.
weed.
And keep your Murphin peepers peeled for them infected. Ain't aiming to get ate today.
Hey yo!
Alive, and that means there's always hope that things can get better.
Just look at this guy fucking it up.
Die, though.
Hey yo! Oh wait, look at this guy! Oh shit!
Jiggy with it!
Okay.
Oh my god, wait, there was another one here. Where'd he go? There was another one. Hi, old Murph.
Got the look of a tough as Murph fighter, don't you? Well, that's a sight for these old eyes, 'cause we got ourselves a whole heapin' helpin' of Murphin' trouble around these parts. And all our fighters are off at the forward operating camp trying to take back our village. You hear to them blue ones?
Can't say as I have.
They used to be our kinfolk, but they've been infected with something.
Oh,
Gasp!
They's coming.
Murph it all to Murph and Murph. Reckon you're about to see for yourself.
Uh-oh, here come the blue ones.
Cover, y'all. Them blue ones is a-coming.
Oh my god! It's the Smurfs! Hey yo!
Screw that Murphin noise.
Might have lived if you'd
They're
run.
killing the Murfs!
Loose. The spoils of war. Forgotten before they hit the ground.
They're killing all these Smurfs. But the Smurfs are killing the Murfs!
Dust in the crops again.
There's so many of them!
Such a murderous mushroom.
Can't Murphin believe they found us. This is bad, Hoss. Real bad. Come here. Sure is a Murphin shame to kill kinfolk like that. But there's no cure for the Blue Rage, far as we know. College Murph was working on one before he got Murph-napped by that whiz-card gargle snot. Speaking of which, Murfetta was trying to rescue that smarty pants. She should have checked
Good night,
in
Paul.
by now. Could you go make sure my wife Queen's all right?
My wife
I've got to see
Queen.
to the other Murphs around camp. Make
My
sure
wife
no one got
Queen.
bit. Be careful out there, stranger. Gargle's not so wily one. Not to be trusted.
It begins.
Alright, after this quest, we're gonna pull the winner of the giveaway.
I'm in trouble. Gargle Snot killed my queen's
So,
guard, and now
tap
he's...
in chat.
Nope. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. We're just having tea and talking about our feelings.
Never a moment's peace.
My wife Queen.
No magic left. Little warning next time. Spell slots are ready. Put out the oven.
Hold out the oven. That sound effect, did you hear that? I broke a pot and it was like a stock noise. That's so funny. Hello? Why am I being accosted?
I'm getting the hang of this killing business. Simple geometry.
You were supposed to destroy the Murphs, not become their wife queen.
What are you even yapping about?
Don't you see? I created you. I am your
You know Smurfette
father.
is man-made.
That's not true. It's
She was like
Murphin
made.
impossible.
Like she wasn't like
Search your feelings.
born like the normal
You
Smurfs.
know it to be blue. I mean, true.
She was made by a scientist guy. It's like literally the lore. Smurfette is man-made.
The stuff legends are made of.
Yeah, Gargamel made her to trap the
think I don't smell
Smurfs.
you now.
He made a sexy one. He said, I'm gonna yassify the Smurfs. Make a sexy one to seduce them.
Shroom of Doom!
Like the fembots in Austin Powers. True! Like Britney Spears. She was in that.
In the vicinity, I could do with a timely rescue.
Hey.
You have my gratitude.
Attention, stupid little Murphs. If you want to save your beloved wife queen, come to the village.
Ooh, I do not like the sound of that ominous chuckle. This is most upsetting. Listen, stranger. Gargle Snot was forcing me to help him with his experiments. I had no choice. But I did discover the truth. Gargle Snot created the Blue Rage virus. It's all part of his grand
The Blue
plan
Rage
to wipe out the
virus?
Murphs for good. And I also learned
I can't breathe.
that there is no cure. Our infected brethren are forever lost to us. All we can do now is give them the peace of death. I need you to do something for me. Take this recipe and gather the ingredients around the forest.
Oh, and Murphs, you might want to hurry, or Murfetta could be a bit more blue than you remember.
What? I'm gonna watch the Smurf movies now after this and understand the Smurf lore.
College Murph,
Smurf.
please tell me you got some
Let me win.
plan to save
OMG.
our life queen.
Oh my god. Yeah, everybody make sure you say 2K if you want to win the game.
Stranger to gather supplies for Garglesnot's mushroom enhancement potion. If my theory proves accurate, that should aid us.
Katy Perry
in
plays
bypassing the
Smurfette.
barricaded
Slay.
bridge. I'll meet you at the forward operating base outside the village when you're done.
Is that a marble near you? Break it. I want to remember.
Also, if no one wants spoilers, like I'm not playing a spoiler part, so this is a side quest. Oh, Kel, thank you for resubbing. Thanks for using your Prime on me. I love you so much. Does this look like the cat in the movies? It's just a blue crab. I don't think a cat is blue.
Look, you made no, you monster!
Yeah, this game is like really good.
Looks like
Wasn't
magic's
Demi
back on
also
the
one?
menu.
A Smurf? They them icon Demi? We're gonna do a watch-along. I'm gonna watch all the Smurf movies. Okay, after this side quest, I'm gonna pull for the giveaway.
Now you listen here. You were a mere nuisance before, but now you've made this personal. Once I'm through with these Murphs, I'm coming after you.
Serves you Murphin right, you
Serves you Murphin right. You Smurfin' Murfer. The way I still don't have ammo is so camp.
Breathe it in.
Oh yeah, that's why you said come on bow. I was like, what are you talking about? But it's my ability.
Yeah, you're a very fierce plant, I know.
Yeah, I didn't like actually House.
Talk goes the clock.
I really didn't like the wizard class that you said you were gonna do. But I don't know, maybe you could find interest in it.
We'll see, old man. We'll see.
So the wizard ability, like it's good for like team abilities, because like when you polymorph, kind of like League, like you lose, the enemy loses like the shield, so you can do a lot of damage. But it just kind of feels a little lacking. But you also get to do 2 classes, so maybe you could pair it with another class that you like. So right now I am a Spore Warden Graveborn. Oh, I got my next ability. Oh wow, what is this? Gain increase leech efficiency. Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Marshy. We are about to pull for the winner after this side quest. We're doing the Murph quest again.
Never get used to that.
Oh, I like that ability. That's cool. I do the...
You're in full bloom, ain't ya?
Be wary, stranger. You're approaching the lair of the hate troll known only as... Kate.
No.
Kate the hate troll.
Nobody tell Marshall how to do it. Everybody look at him and giggle. You just type 2K in chat. The letters 2 and then K.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
What? Shut up.
Murphs, I've got everything.
No, you have to type out
ride the forward
a
camp.
5-paragraph
Cultures
essay on
prepared.
why you love
I'll
Borderlands,
keep the
and then put 2K at the end.
toil and bubble bath boiling for you.
Then you have a chance to win.
Good timing, stranger. We've got incoming. On your guard, men.
They're not your brothers anymore. Don't hold back.
Oh no, all the Smurfs turned into blue ones. They turned into Smurfs. Another one, thank you. Another one, thank you.
Looks like that's the last of them. For now.
That's the last of us.
Pop them potion particulars into the soup.
Among Us in real life.
There you are. One mushroom enhancement potion. Piping hot and fresh as it gets.
What now? Oh. Oops.
Wonderful. Now, I've calculated the approach angle and velocity of the combined vector.
I just want to let everybody know, I don't know if Anon wants to do it again, but I only have 2 monsters left for my 24 pack of monsters. So, we are going to die!
Now commence to jumping, y'all.
Quite the collection.
Okay, but it did last me 2 months. They bought me it in January. It's almost April, so I would say that's pretty good for a 24 pack.
Hot diggity Murph. It worked. Now get that gate open so we can land in the
But I've been sucking them down this last week. I've been so busy. I don't know if anybody's noticed. I've been very busy.
Let's do this thing.
Come on, man. We've got to take
Aw,
back
diggity
our home.
Murph. My wife queen. I love my wife queen.
Dealing with, did ya? Good thing I finally learned how to read.
When is someone gonna call me their wife queen? My wife queen.
If you can hear me, dear, say something. Don't worry, love.
My wife
We're
queen. Who want me? Did y'all watch the Texas Chainsaw remake? I'm not gonna spoil it, but like, it's funny.
Well done, my lovely.
Not the remake, the sequel. The squeakquel! Free Murfetta. Hey, queen.
Oh, mercy me. Oh, you did it. Oh, Murph, talk to me.
Alright, we're almost done with the side quest. If you want to enter the giveaway for a PC code of Tiny Tina Borderlands, Wonderlands, 2K video game with the Murphs and the wife queen. Type 2. Oh! Bitch.
I'm so sorry, Murph.
All according to plan.
Stop the count.
Gargle Snot, you come on out and show yourself. I'm a Murph and kill you for this.
As you wish, daughter. Time for our first and last father-daughter dance.
Gargle Snot, you're gonna be gargling blood when I'm through with ya.
Oh, talk your shit, wife queen. Gargling blood. Oh. Wait, he's full ass naked too. It's so funny. Like he's fully naked. Ow, 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 stop.
Come here, stranger. Let me thank you proper like.
Who is shooting me?
With Gargle Snot dead and the corrupted crystal cleansed, I think we Murphs can finally start rebuilding our lives.
Why is she going back into the
It's
cage?
a real Murph and shame that old Murph won't be around to see it, though. Truffle hunts won't never be the same without him. But you've done us a real kindness this day. There's no way I can thank you enough, but I hope this'll do.
Thank you, wife queen. Alright, let's do the giveaway. Very slay. We have So many people entered in the giveaway. Very slay, very slay. All right, I should be good. I think it'll tell who wins in the chat when it does it. All right, and the winner of our first giveaway, hopefully first of many, in the chat on this day is Kitten Tiramisu. Kitten, congrats. Kitten, are you there? Kitten, are you alive? You won the giveaway. Would you like it, or do you want to pass it on? Oh. It's for Epic Games. It's the game we're playing right now. Do you have a PC to play it? All right, we're passing it. All right. All right. All right. And the winner of the next one is Buzznav Slay. Buzznav, do you have it? Do you have a PC? This is very slay. So slay, bestie. Okay, perfect. Are you in the Discord, Buzznav? I don't think so. Here, I'll DM on Twitch. I just asked for more to see if we can get some more giveaways up in here. We'll wait. And I will let y'all know if we can get some more. Did you just join? Is your username Sunman? Is that it? Jenny's profile picture on the server is a Club Penguin emoji. Me typing business emails. Hi, everyone. Yeah, that's me. Okay. Oh. I message you? I just sent some messages out, and hopefully we can get some more giveaways up in this bitch. Because I only have one key to give away, which is unfortunate, but But thank you, 2K, for providing a giveaway key. It has been distributed. All right, let's keep playing.
I do love my stuff.
Hey, oh my god. Oh my Jesus.
Was wondering when more of you turn up.
Good night, Cal. Oh my god, that area lags everywhere. Hello? This reminds me of Jack 2. That's it. I've never played that game, so. The triangle, maybe? I can't stop thinking about that. What? Oh, I thought you were looking at me. I do.
Perhaps.
It is in the other room, but yeah. It's plugged into my lamp. You can, but I don't have like a port, like anywhere near you either. Yeah. The Lego grind. Now I want to do more giveaways. They better give me some more keys. We got so many besties that want to play. Listen, I saw a straight man just in his sweatpants earlier giving away keys. They better give me some keys because I look gorgeous and pretty and stunning right now. I got 500 pounds of makeup on my face. And I get one? Let's change that. Invisible bridge.
The Wonderlands has a complex history with, well, history. Our world clearly exists in cycles, with events repeating every few hundred years. Never exactly the same.
It may not be tonight,
never all that
but maybe
different
tomorrow's stream we'll get some
One
more.
foul force,
But
however,
we'll see.
has remained consistent through the ages. The Dragon Lord. It is believed that his dark shadow may even stretch back to the first cycle itself.
I want to eat a bagel. Like holding my fupa. My belly. The bagel. I always hear him thump. Like I can hear when he like wants treats or something. He's looking for us. You are now on the waiting list for Tiny Tina G Fuel. Pick me. I do want my bagel, but I don't have. I need trash bags and plates. You remember that movie G-Force? Of course I do. There's a G-Force video game. We should play it. I remember that movie because there's a map on Counter-Strike that's you can play and it's G-Force. Wait, you should. There it literally is, yeah. It's kind of iconic. Wasn't Rihanna in that movie? Was she really in G-Force? LMAO? It's literally $2 on Steam. Period. The video game? It's on PS Now. Not me asking mom to bring down a candle and she's like, I'm busy, sorry. Damn. Listen, I love y'all with facial hair, but we need to trim it sometimes. I love Natty so much. Yeah. Yeah. I want to just a sound file of that so I can put it on my soundboard, but it's not like clear. There's like crowd in the background. Get her in the studio and have her record. Yeah.
Peace vibe from that dungeon over yonder.
Yeah, don't come near me, flesh bag. You're all boys.
Or you could get it on Wii. That would slay. What? It's on the Wii? Haha, weenie.
Two heads are better. Keep it up and you might be a full lich someday.
Weenie Hunt Juniors!
Blow Maelstrom! But
inside every hero is
Tangled for the Wii. Slay moment. Are you going upstairs? Oh.
see what happens?
I need that bagel! I need that bagel! Oh, not me dying.
That's the way, you little rock blossom.
Slay. Where'd you go? Oh. Pick up lead ore. Remember when I thought that said lead core?
This shrine is dedicated to Zumios, the patron
I'm not playing
god
with my Kirby.
of power
So true. See, I knew it. Who up playing with a Kirby? Oh, this is the lead ore. Slay moment.
We can settle this
No,
peacefully
please.
if you just give me all your money.
No,
and let me
please.
kill you.
Oh no. I gotta bait him. Ah! I'm running, I'm running, I'm running. Hey, yo! Back it up! No! What would Kirby's hat look like if he did his eating power on you? Ooh, that's good. Definitely a blonde bob, I think, with a headband. I think that's it. I think that's what he would have. And his power, probably a microphone. But microphone Kirby already exists. So like, maybe he like pulls out a controller and like smacks you with it. That would be slay fierce. I think House Music would have a triangle, maybe. I know Marshall would have a green substance with him and a mullet.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you. Guns, guns.
Better than a sword, isn't it? Cannot hold me.
Yeah, you're a very fierce plant, I know.
You may take my life, but you can never take
Not the last guy being up here. Guys, I miss Snack! Guys. I forgot about Snack. I forgot about my husband. And I didn't make that the thumbnail. I need to go back and fix that thumbnail.
If I'm here, and my foes are there...
I forgot about my goblin husband. I'm so sad I could forget about him. I'm so messed up in the head. Intro, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And then half of the check is gonna go to me. Oh my god, it's so true. Oh my god. Welcome in, so happy to have you. I'm trying to find this last piece of ore. The lead core.
You smell that? Coming from that dungeon? That's a shrine piece.
No. Hi, safety bestie.
You're feeling luckier, Mamacita.
Ice cream after your energy drink.
Goblin challenge, herring, whatever this planet is called.
Guys, I can't find the lead ore. Get one! Order an energy drink. Everyone stay up late with me. Or suffer the consequences.
Death to the quest slot!
Oh no, this person's gonna get me.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
Mayhaps. Meat pop, zoom, 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 zoom. I have an energy drink. I'm ready. Smack cam.
Found some fresh meat.
Guys, where the fuck is this lead ore? Why can't I find it? There's literally one left. Oh, I'm getting mad. Okay, period. Time dating ta. That really got me, Serena. Serena, you know what I think about every time I say your name? I think of that one clip from IMHO that Darby and Chan, they're like, let's make a tennis reference. And Darby goes, I wanna Serena Williams. And then Ani-chan goes, I want a Serena Williams. I love that clip so much. That's my favorite clip. But also, hi, I hope you're doing amazing. I love you. I need a trash bag, and I need a couple plates. If you could do me that a favor. Oh my god, I found it. It's over there. Do you see it? I found it. I found the lead ore. Wait, we can't get... How do we get through the trees? Tina Burner is anything but tiny. You're big! No, this is gonna piss me off. I just need that. Fuck! I used to drink Monster's Pipeline Punch, but I'm diabetic and my blood sugar has been out of control so much it messed up my vision a couple weeks ago. It's not funny, but like, I'm surprised that hasn't happened to me. Because the way I just drink Monsters, like, I slurp them up. But I did put on my throne, I put the variety pack of Monsters to try different flavors. They have like Rehab, because the Rehab ones are my favorite, but there's like different colors and flavors, and I put that on my throne, which was fun and fresh. Hash for teeth. Meet Alma at Queen's Gate. We are currently waiting on a response for more keys. We're not having a giveaway right now. We're just waiting. See if we can get some more to give away. Might go to Dunkin' just to feel something. Watch out, safety's in the chat. You better be careful. My B-Day was on Wednesday. Oh, happy belated. Slay, March birthdays. My birthday was a couple weeks ago. Really made me feel better about you drinking them. Oh, yeah. Well, considering, like, they drink so much and they're, like, not dead. Like, I don't know how, but, I feel great, so. Not right in front of safety. Right in front of my safety. Yeah. They're like, I drink Monster. like literally with their drink, they're like, this is how many Monsters I drink in a day. Three a day, every day. God, please, it's not my time. I only drink them on my stream days, so. But I've been streaming nonstop for a couple days, so I'm like, Monday's gonna feel like shit, because I'm gonna have a caffeine withdrawals, but it's fine. I only drink one, I don't drink like 3 a day. Thinking about how recently it was the 1-year anniversary of... I know you're lying. Well, I have a bagel in my bag. What if they burnt it? Oh, really? That makes me feel better too. Oh, because they're not carbonated, which is slay. They're tea. It's a tea with an energy like slip in there.
There's an infestation in my yard. I'm rich. You're desperate. Kill them and I shall pay you.
Straight to it.
I would say this is rude, but like honestly, slay.
Just clear out the field and I'll toss some money your way. Goblins. Ugh.
Is this supposed to be a Plant vs. Zombies reference?
Little warning next time.
I think this is supposed to be a Plants vs. Zombies reference.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though.
They're dead then? Good. Come back at once.
Oh, my inventory's full.
I will not be a parenthetical.
I want to play that on stream, the Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare.
Come on,
That game's so
Flora.
cute.
Find your backbone.
Okay, I got what I needed.
Are those goblin teeth? Why do you have those?
I don't know. Felt like I should grab them.
What? Ugh! What? I mean, I guess I'll throw them away for you.
Slay.
Here's some money, I guess. Just don't come back.
Diner
You
Dash.
are a filthy weirdo.
Not a filthy weirdo. Hey, level up!
They're dead! My plans are ruined!
Oh, there's a side quest right here.
The goblins are dead! My lord, what have you done? You killed my goblins! Your goblins? Explain yourself, farmer. I attracted those goblins on purpose. You see, I'm in love with the alchemist. My plan was to
Yeah, I'll play anything I get sent.
all the goblins and save her herb garden. Now how am I
I'm not gonna say I'm gonna love it,
fancy?
but I will.
Kill a hog, smear yourself in its juices. Unhelpful. Look, just give her these flowers, would you? Thanks. With any luck, wedding bells will be ringing by sundown.
I don't. I've never played Diner Dash. I was too busy playing Fantage, doing the fashion show roleplay.
You again? What do you want?
I've got a gift for you.
Are we gonna kill her?
You do? Give it here. I want it.
Oh.
Flowers? From whom?
The farmer. She likes you.
Are they lesbians?
As if I could be seen knocking boots with that poor thing. Perhaps when pigs fly, or water flows backwards, or a polka-dotted poetry-reading goblin recites a love poem for me. Good day.
Did I hear that right? A polka-dotted poet goblin? You know, I could do that actually. First, we'll need to attract another goblin. Find me the most pungent gobo loincloth you can smell. I think you're missing her point. You sure? I don't know. Only one way to find out, right?
Whose voice is that? That sounds so familiar. Does sound like Ellie, but like there's a character that like that voice is exact to. I'm trying to think. Oh damn. Right over there. I think you're right with Ellie, it's just more high pitch.
the breed. See what happens? That's my boy.
I'll never!
Whoa, I got a new spell! What was that? That's so cool! I shoot like sticky ice grenades.
No magic left.
Step back, Jay. Thanks for the follow.
That's more like it.
Be sure to pick the most vile loincloth you can find, my lord.
Not vile.
That must be pick of the litter.
Guess who I brought?
Oh my god, you scared me so bad. Oh!
Like, this is where you bend.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know how many plates you
Hey, yo! He stopped folding this because he's gonna be scared.
Spread out, see? Give a skull some room.
He knows where I am. So he's not forgetting.
What was he meowing up there? I was gonna say sit down with him in the chair, but on the
Where
cam,
will fate lead me next?
Lurking.
he's walking around. What, Celtics? That's fine. It's not some of the town shirts that we wear, like the ones from the pharmacy that say where we're from. Like, definitely cannot wear that. Is this
Not the hash.
the hash brown falling out? Is this? They give me 2 everything bagels? What the fuck, bitch? This isn't a plain bagel! What a dumb bitch. They took like 30 minutes to give me my fucking bagel too. Like, is it that serious? Can't even get that right? So annoying. Come on. He like walks in and then he's like, what is this? And then gets away. Safety warned us and we didn't listen. I know! I know! You sniffing my shoes, Monty. Be sniffing my shoesy woozies.
Getting up in there.
Look at that.
Wonder what me friends are up to. There was... No, he's
Us
dead.
in real life.
Oh, how about...
Ah,
she's dead too. Let's see. He's dead. She's dead. She's dead. They're dead. He's dead. This here's the trouble with friends. The only fun ones always get themselves
Why
killed.
is it so cold?
Yeah, I know, it is cold down here.
There's no heat on.
It like drops when you walk down.
Does it really? I'm telling y'all, Duncan messed up. Well, like here, like literally they take like 30 fucking minutes to like
I hate Dunkin'.
They are the worst here. They seriously take like 30 minutes. Like, and I understand like workers are workers, but they literally sit there and go at the slowest pace and like they'll get the order wrong too. And I'm like, guys, they'll like slack off. And I'm like, guys, seriously, just give me my fucking bagel and I'll go.
Morning shift is so like I only go there if it's in the morning. I usually go with it.
Is he? Oh, let him meow in.
Cat boy.
If you hear meowing, it is not my cat, I swear. Why are you meowing? Do a loud meow so I can hear you.
Scream.
Me hearing people like this makes me feel like a lot better doing my own job. Yeah. They're just terrible here. Oh, he's really lurking. Look at him.
No.
Oh, he used to like to go by the window. That's probably why. But the window's like blocked up.
Bagel smells so good.
I know, nothing like having breakfast at like 10 at night.
Out of my way! Out of my way!
Yeah, it's crazy to me they don't have dunks in Australia. I'm like, what? Like, what is your chain, like, breakfast place then? I'm gonna play the fuck out of this game when it comes out on Steam. So true. I have it on PS4 and PC right now. It's definitely slay. We don't have one. You don't have a chain breakfast place? Australia slacking. What do you say instead of... So Arvo's afternoon, so what's morning? Morno?
Morno. I think it actually might be. It's a Bitmoji.
Morno?
Yeah, because I used to send it to people every morning.
Just morning. That's
Like
boring.
Morno. Oh.
Hey, yo, it's Morno.
Morno. That's a Bitmoji I used to send to people.
Good Morno.
Morno. Yo.
Yeah, what Asa said. Oh, hi, you scared me. My cat just jumped behind Jess on their chair.
Come on here, Monty. Dad, this is why I'm down here. Like, get it away from you.
Hey!
Oh, no trash.
Let him jumping in the trash. You rat? Oh, he will do that, though. He used to do that to me all the time to make me mad.
I know. I understood what you said. I said this to Mom months ago. I was like, I finally understand what you meant.
You would do that?
He would do it because I came home one day from work and my trash was everywhere.
He loves, like, bread and, like, bagels and stuff.
My trash and
Hmm?
it pissed me off.
It makes me bullshit.
My ass. Once.
You are lucky you are so cute, because if you were an ugly fucking cat, you would be done
His
for.
eyes are so...
I know. Of course I told Shadi about Lois. They said they were geeking out at work about it. There's no competitor to Starbucks in Australia, because it didn't even take off in Australia. Greasy spoons?
Greasy spoon.
He just had such an ugly face because he was just trying to shove his face in your arm. You know, Justin Bieber one time tweeted, "I love arm." Just, I love arm. When has he not been?
Sometimes I see the stuff with him and his wife's name, Haley.
I
He
didn't
just
show.
looks so unhappy. Like it looks like such a forced relationship, but like I see shit on TikTok. Like, we can do.
Is she a TikToker? Who is she?
Oh, it's just like, oh, doing reports on. My TikTok is so weird. Like it's the most random shit. Now it's all Jersey Shore because I.
Remember when he said Anne Frank would be a believer? It's not funny. I can laugh at that because I'm Jewish.
I can't. Where'd he go?
Not him piecing out when we're talking about being Jewish. Yo, Monty, you a fucking Nazi? Wow. Fucked up. I see it for him, though.
I said that about one of my bosses as a joke. Letting everyone else leave. And I was like, wait, you fucking German.
Sorry, I just need to eat, y'all. I feel like the last couple of months I've been, like, not eating on stream. Like, I need to eat. It's like, my energy just tanks. Or I'm gonna die. It's just the reality.
I honestly feel like I'm gonna die too. I heard you talking about it in the other room. It's catching up on me.
Where'd he go?
He's in the door.
Like, saw him behind the blanket and then he disappeared. Oh, and in that Martha is Dead game, it was based in World War II, so we're a bunch of Nazis.
Yo.
I'm not even... It was so nuts.
Such a random fucking game.
As if it wasn't bad, there was a beheading. There was, like, a forced abortion. Like, all of this shit. They're like, oh, wait, one more thing. Let's, like, put Nazis in the game. Like, perfect. Yeah. A game to make you feel lovely. That's why I'm doing solo also. Fuck people. You throw this in the trash. Thank you. Yeah, there's one in there.
Taking this medicine, it increases my appetite.
Oh, you're having trouble still with...
No, like I thought I was doing okay. Like doctors used it. So. You don't put UV on. I never took them. There's a bunch of shit on it. So it was gonna make me drowsy and all this stuff, and I was like,
yeah,
if
not
I
that.
forget to take this and I take it would die. Never took them, and now I finally take them. Eating so much, but I've only gained them.
Jesus. I mean, that's kind of how I was too, but I didn't have the problems with my stomach. But like, I didn't. This is completely unrelated, but like when they tried to have me do Prozac and Lexapro, they were like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna make you tired. It's gonna lower your sex drive, and then it's also gonna make you gain weight." And I was like, "No, no, I've never taken one for that reason."
I took them for a while, and then I would just like stick them in my mouth and call upstairs and spit them out.
Yeah. Same.
Because like that's no.
Like when I go to the hospital and they want to make me take some of that stuff, I'm like, no. When they turn their back, spit. Done. Yeah, I don't like antidepressants. Like you're not gonna tell me when my PP can't work.
Yeah, no.
Excuse you.
It really does do stuff.
That's enough to will cross.
Thankfully, I've never had to.
You were short
Yeah. Well, I think that's why like a lot of people just don't realize it until later. Like they start taking them when they're a kid, and then they're like, "What am I supposed to do?" When they finally grow up. Anyways, how are we doing, chat? Yeah, I don't want to play this game with people. Well, random people.
Easy peasy, thumb through squeezy. You're not you about.
Oh my god.
Whatever it is.
I keep forgetting to make my water. I'm gonna have to make it tonight. I make like a jug of it. Forgetting. Also forget to get groceries, LMAO.
What's this huge ass Target today?
Yeah, Mom told me y'all went to a huge ass Target.
There was like 2 aisles.
Oh, like it was a giant store and there was no groceries? That's so annoying. What are we doing? What's this name? Grimble the Stinky? Yo, we're chasing Grimble the Stinky. Yo, what's up? Grimble, my homie! The Stinky! I don't want to kill Grimble. I want to be his bestie.
Who's the alpha now, eh? Going down!
Oh my Jesus.
Fell it from here! Bring it over!
I killed the Stinky. It's true. Murder of Stinkies. Uh-oh, Stinky. Please stop shooting me. Let's not do that. You can... I've had enough. My mushroom companion and my skull companion are like dying. God, I just like... I don't know, chat. I feel like I look so good tonight. Like... Liv Morgan was onto something with this makeup. I love, like, the little raindrops. So cute. Not to have a hashtag conceited moment, but like, I live. I was happy that Liv isn't known for wearing like a black lip, because I hate wearing like black liquid lip color. Like I'm not a big fan. But yeah. I was happy she wears like a nude lip. I was like, that's so slay. But she's like goth, but like glam. It's like the perfect medium for me. I need a new chair. This one's like dying. Hi. Oh my god, he wants a treat so bad. Like, he's like literally like the plating emoji right now. Hello, sir. He's sitting there like, please give tweet.
from which romance shall bloom.
Wait, we're doing this for like 4 hours.
Not Helotus. Helotus. When you said this late, I was like, it's not 1 a.m. You're lying, but 11.
Just one moment.
Oh, not her going splunking in this hole.
Done. Now to attract a goblin. Release the musk showers!
Do you remember on season 2 of Drag Race when Pandora Box does her reads and nobody laughs, so RuPaul has to gas her up, and she goes, "Jujubee, that gaping asshole you call a hole, I see so many people going spelunking in there," and then RuPaul goes, "Oh, spelunking!" It's so funny. Like, RuPaul has to like act it up for Pandora. It's so fucking funny. Anyways, hi, Queen.
Glornish! A goblin female. Pretty name, Glornish. Now for the polka dots. There are some dyes in the old laboratory. Oh, and just to forewarn you, the old laboratory is positively chock-a-block with traps. Y'all want to be careful.
What am I even doing here? I smelled something so deliciously rank, but I see no sexy goblins whatsoever.
You're here in the name of love.
Oh, well, who am I to stand in the way of true love?
I love all the cone bras the characters wear.
Bless you, fair Glornish.
It's always a cone bra and a tutu. Glornish. She's a queen, I think. Can we get... I want to do photo mode. I want to have a photo op with Miss Glornish. Yes! Slay my queen. Okay, give for the camera. Okay, queen. Yes! Pose for the thumbnail, Glornish. You better. Hey, you laugh it? Asa! Apologize. Stop. Apologize, but also true. Apologize to Glornish.
Someone's eager for that.
Whoa!
We'll slay the disgusting flesh right off those bones.
Piss off to the hero. He's stupid enough to mess.
Wait, if they want to rehire me there, I uninstalled all the apps. Girl.
Me. Dusting the crops again?
I'm not reinstalling those apps. I can't do
rescued
this.
Him, but really, I feel he rescued me.
Ah! That skeleton's coming out and getting killed by that shit.
There's a marble close by. Crack it open. The townsfolk made up a ditty. About me. Here comes Lil Devilkin, knocked on the school by passing wind. Just because it's true doesn't mean it doesn't sting. I'm human too. Aren't I? Flesh and bone? Don't my 10 hearts beat? If you prick me, do I not gush eternal in the life?
Oh, I like this like little like obstacle course. For this side quest, it's cute. Okay.
I'm a talking skeleton. Woo! Scary. You're so scary.
Yeah, there's mimics. It's introduced in like one of the main story quests as a mimic.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Well done, my lord. Return to me, and we'll pack Lord Nesh with polka dots for love. Now, I know what you're thinking. This obsession with Alma's unhealthy. I have no follow-up. I just know you're thinking it.
Slay.
The die. Give it here.
Thank you, Marv. Have a great night.
Just a dab.
Oh, these layers in her hair. She cut her own layers.
Use the whole bottle. Oh well. It worked. She's not so bad looking.
Oh, I love her.
Head to the graveyard of lost bards. Be careful. You're heading to a spot where dozens of bards died during a poetry contest. Legends say they're capable of a terrible, mind-destroying dark magic known as spoken word.
The same parts.
The undead bards! Collect their magical tongues! They contain the poetic essence we need!
Oh my god.
Chew on this.
Wait, they have like toad heads. LOL.
You shall have extra peanut butter this night. What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you?
You've done it! Return to me, and we shall turn our unusually attractive polka-dotted goblin into a poet.
Slay.
Attractive.
What? No. I mean, for a goblin. It's not. It's... Don't be judgy.
Yeah, she's hot. I like
The
this.
deed is done.
She's hot. Look at her.
But is our goblin up to the task?
I hope so.
Now I'll just introduce the poetic essence into the water supply, like so. You there, Blornesh. You got anything to say to me?
Although I am a goblin bumpkin, thou art pretty as a pumpkin. I hope you don't think I'm a flirt. Away from you, my heart will hurt.
What? No, come on. That's... Oh, jeez. You're silly. Oh, my gosh. Oh, right. Go get Elma, would you?
About her falling in love with the the goblin.
Now, what were you saying?
Once I killed a bear. What now? Oh, it's you. Not poor.
Got a polka-dotted poet goblin for you.
What? Really? This I have to see.
I wanted to harvest grain. This farmer's eyes drove me insane. She works the land, tills the soil. A glance from her makes my blood
The music.
boil. I'll be damned. She did it. That's actually impressive. Hey, how did you do this? It must have taken, well, more smarts than I would have given a poor credit for. Maybe you could tell me over drinks.
What? Oh, no thanks. Not interested. I'm betrothed to Glornesh here.
You are so...
Goblin.
She's stronger than you and twice as good looking. Go brew yourself a love potion and bag yourself your own goblin.
What? How dare you? Do you know who what I...
Ooh. Oh.
Can I bend your ear a moment? I know it might seem strange to you, but the alchemist wasn't right for me. Glornesh here sees into my soul.
True.
We were meant for one another, and it's all thanks to you, my lord. There's
Period,
no
baby.
favoritism
Lesbian
on
lovers.
but
Let's go.
Perhaps this will ease your wandering heart all the same. My thanks.
Have I been hexed? Perhaps a charm? My life I'd spend on her sweet farm.
Glornesh, would you like to see my bedroom?
I thought you never ask.
Oh my. Oh my. They're gonna go fuck. I seen the nice picture of Glornesh for the thumbnail. You better get it, Glornesh. You better get that kitty. I love that every relationship so far we've seen is gay. There hasn't been a straight relationship yet. Or a straight love story. We fucking love to see it!
You cannot escape my gaze.
It's so gay, I love it. You watched it? That was a game for sure. Yeah, I'm not really thrilled with the ending, but I mean, go off, I guess.
No one who hasn't
What
had
can you do? I can't write every video game.
this is allowed near me.
I need to go to the main town. We need to go to the safe space. Bright Hoof. Oh, yawn, Monty. You better yawn, bestie. Wait, he's slowly walking towards me like he's literally in slow motion. Hey, yo. 2 active codes right now. What are you looking to do in there? Yeah. Silly little Monty. You little gay man. Can I not type in the code? I have to do that just to type in the code? That's so lame. Damn. That sucks. Well, not good anymore. I wanted to get that skeleton key, but I guess not. That makes me sad.
Work up a thirst for my fizzies out there.
But I mean, I'm vibing. I'm having a good stream, so. Oh, did I unlock new hair colors? You can unlock new hair colors! Oh my god!
My newborn's beautiful. Just
I didn't know
like
you could
her
do
mom.
that.
10
That's so
fingers,
slay.
4 wings, and 2 perfect heads.
So there's definitely gonna be more hair color options. That's awesome.
Things are exciting around here lately. I hate it.
I have an itch on my lip, but I don't want to ruin my makeup, so I'm trying to use my teeth.
All those nobles and their pointless fancies. Why buy a chamber pot when the woods are free?
What emotes have I gotten? I've literally gotten no new emotes, but it keeps saying that I have new ones.
I keep thinking I'll hear the queen's hooves behind me. Eyes wide and warm, blitzing every apple cart in sight. Alas.
I want the Borderlands one. I like the Borderlands one the most.
1, 2, 3. Yep. All my toes are still there.
Oh, I don't have it. Weird. Oh, it's probably because there's save files. That's why. There's save files on Epic Games of past Borderlands games. That's why. Did you see they're releasing a GTA subscription service? It's so fucking dumb. Like, just get a new... Make a new game.
Maybe the queen's stall still has some
GTA 6 is coming out in 2025, they said. Like,
That's what they said.
yeah, right?
I don't know, but Rockstar makes beautiful games. That's why I really think.
LA Noire. 100.
I keep thinking I'll hear the queen's hooves behind me. Eyes wide.
What's the most
and
recent
warm,
game they've made that
blitzing
hasn't
every
been
apple cart
GTA?
in sight.
It's come out. I wonder. This tavern music, though? Yeah, I bust my ass.
I keep thinking I'll hear the queen's hooves behind me. Eyes wide and warm, blitzing every apple cart in sight.
Red Dead 2. Someone said Red Dead 2.
Yeah, it might be Red Dead. I just started playing that. It's actually pretty cool.
I want to get it. I want to get it. I want to get it just to kill the KKK members. I want to kill them. The racists. I want to kill all of them.
I got it.
Yeah. I want to make the trans flag. That's what I'm trying to do.
Over half my storage on my
Oh, yikes. It's that much? Jeez.
Ugh, I'm never eating raw skag again. They bite going down and claw coming out.
They were making a remaster. This.
Oh, I just fucked up. Let me make my trans flag. Oh, that's for the icon that I can't put. I wish there was a heart. That would be perfect.
I hear the queen's hooves behind me. Eyes wide and warm, blitzing every apple cart in sight. Alas. I keep thinking I'll hear the queen's hooves behind me. Eyes wide.
Can this guy shut the fuck up?
Every apple cart in sight. Alas.
There probably is. There has to be. Oh well, that's the closest we can get to the trans flag for now. Slay trans rights! Trans rights!
Nothing else to do now but keep up the fight.
Alright, let's sort our inventory because we have a lot of inventory stuff we need to go through. Oh my god, my leg. Where's the kitty? See, not in any cords, I hope. Hopefully. Not being a menace. Okay, we're good. Oh, stretch.
I'm so over this.
I mean, you don't have to do it all tonight.
One bag left.
Okay, I guess you're doing it all tonight.
I just have to do the greenery.
Oh. Oh, I know you love to do the greenery.
The elder gods?
This whole bag.
They're a hot mess if I ever saw one.
Yo, is that?
Is that what I got the goods?
Oh, yo! Wait, I want to see them in the bag. Let me show. I want to show it. Oh, you can't see it because the green screen. Fuck. Yo, look at this. I got weed. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, we got weed.
They like fucking banned for this.
LMAO. Well, I found a nug of weed in my jacket one time and showed it. Was he like all over it?
Like jumped over there. So.
Meow.
Little bees. Stop! Look, little bees.
Oh, cute.
There's a ladybug.
Oh wait, yo, my little mushroom guy's gold now. That's cute. Oh, and so is my other guy. This guy does not like me. He always like floats away from me.
I'm free! Nope, right back in it.
Okay. I have a skill point, I think. Ooh, this spot I'm sitting in, comfy as hell. Can't really decide what to do. Need to sell. I don't know where to sell. Where are the cells? Over here. I saw a spell that said it's a whip. I want that. What is this? I want to test all the spells to see which ones I like. That's not what it was. This one heals a lot, so that's a good spell. Can I mark it if I like it? I want to mark that I like it. Slay. What? I have more spells. You're lying to me. Oh. Watch me whip. Watch me nay. That's sniper reload speed. Who cares? Put that away. Oh, it's not a whip. It's a shield. Ugh. Now I'm mad. A lame gun, but I don't have any options, so...
Hand-forged hunks of hate. That's one of me specials. I can use this. I'll take it. Right, give it here. Where'd you find this one, I wonder?
Oh, this one's so low level. Put this away.
You looking at me, you wee crumpet? Hey, Shirak!
Oh, I fucking... Whatever. Mossy, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, get that away. Alright. I'm ready. What other side quests we got going on before we go in? I kind of want to progress and then come back to do more side quests. I'm ready to do like a main story quest right now. Oh, there's a Jack and the Beanstalk quest. You are so beautiful. Thank you. Thanks, bestie. I kind of want to do this Jack and the Beanstalk quest now that I saw it. Let's see. Monte. Where we going? Where we dropping? Jack and the Beanstalk. Ah, look at the giant bean.
Whew, boy, I sure am lucky you came along, hero. I thought I was a goner back there. Now, let's find somewhere nice for me to, germinate.
Oh. What? The bean talking, so true.
Say, that town over there looks like a lovely spot to, take root. If you just give me a little flick in that direction, I'd be so appreciative.
Not flick the bean.
Here I
Oh.
This whole damn town's been lifted into the sky by a giant beanstalk. Now, normally, I'd say hell yeah. But I came to check out the new foliage. Because I love that stuff. But there's some real bad plants up here, man. Real bad. They're attacking the town.
This is the overworld,
so
yeah.
come help me out.
So it's like how you get to different areas. It's kind of meant to look like a board, like a board game. I can't believe they just made a flick the bean reference. I can't. This game.
No.
Yes, I just flicked the bean. Like there was a bean and I flicked it. Hey, yo, Monty. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! I dare you to jump on my desk. I literally dare you. I see you wanting to jump on my... Look, he literally wants to.
Really going?
No,
Stop,
do it.
he's going to.
No, I want him to. Do it. What is he gonna do? Damn.
Everything seems fine.
No, we're gonna get
except
Monty
for the,
content and just said
giant
no.
beanstalk. Guess I'd better make
Oh, he's
sure.
looking. Oh, here it
Indeed,
comes.
fair hero, everything was not fine up atop the beanstalk. For the magic bean was
Monty
evil!
end streams.
No! But it's okay. New adventures await in the newly
He looks like he's working at a window.
town
Hello, I
of
am
Driftwood.
Monty. I wish you could see him chat. Oh, he wants to go higher. He's looking at chat!
Move the stream, Daddy.
Okay. He hits a button. They're pins. I have another. He's so... Yeah, he does. He sees what's happening on the screen and thinks it's a toy.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. He'll climb up on my screen for the time
You're so silly, Monty.
He gets so close.
Hey, yo, Monty, look. Look at that thing. Monty! Okay, not over there, you dumbass.
Yo, fucker.
Over here. Thank you. Come over here, not in there. What are you doing, dumbass? He just crawled in like a cubicle cubby.
Should I put him up?
Yeah. Oh, he's like not
No,
enough.
he doesn't like it. Doesn't like the microphone. What? You want to be up there or not?
Yo, give me him. Give me him. It's okay. I have a duster thing.
Serious? I want him to claw you. That's the thing.
I don't want him to just like get on cords. It's like just like that. He almost hit the Ethernet. That would have been bad. On my desk is fine, but not in the cubby. Why did he crawl in there?
No.
You're so stupid. He thinks he's little, but he could barely fit in the cubby. A huge dumpy. Looks at Monty, you're big. You're big.
No! Bad blood! Don't make me get more hedge clippers!
He's plotting. He's literally plotting.
He is.
Bad plans.
Monty said, I am awake, I am plotting.
We got evil plans up in here. Just a little something Tina's been cooking up.
This is a cool area.
Quite a ruckus in
This is
there.
a side quest.
Sounds fun.
Who's there? You better be here to help, whoever you are.
Hi.
Hero, damn am I glad to see you. You got my message, right? So you know about as much as I do about
He's
what's
watching
going
the
down
screen.
up here. But whatever it is, we gotta save these people.
Do you like this video
Meet me
game,
up there.
Monty?
That's right. It's your old friend, the Fairy Punchfather. And together, you shall punch evil right in its evil butt. Press on, Fate Maker, because evil's not gonna punch itself in the butt. Although that would be-
Wee! Oh my god, this is so cool! Oh my god, how fun! Like a slide.
You'll join our ranks soon enough!
Piss off to the hero!
My brittle bones! I'm a talking casting a spell! I dead!
I've got all the magic I need. But
I haven't found any guns that I'm really like in love with, but I think they're all cool. I just like want to find like my favorite gun. So that's probably like late game.
more of you, is it?
Like the conference call and the baby maker and the other games, I was like, those are my favorite guns. But like in this, I haven't really found something I'm like, I live that love.
Say, Lady Glormington, I believe there might be a puzzle over there. Hence, do the puzzle.
Now would be the perfect time for a laser pointer. Get Monty where he needs to go.
Hero, get over here. We got us some heroic ass deeds to do. You ready?
Yes. Oh, I have to say yes.
Let's just say I've got a green thumb and a lot of weapons.
That's the spirit. Now follow me. I'm sensing some real
I want a
evil
tan.
vibes this
I
way.
want a
I can
tan.
feel it in my fairy whiskers.
Oh.
Fairy whiskers are invisible, by the way.
Said I would like to
because of
help.
magic. Oh, damn. That's a fiend bloom. And it's giving off some evil mojo. These must be the source of the
Mojo
parasite's
Jojo.
strength. Hell no. Give me a second to do my fairy thing and purge the evil.
Slay moment. Hey, flower.
Listen, we gotta cleanse the rest of these things if we're gonna reach the parasite and save the beanstalk. Pick me up.
Oh, isn't he cute when he's all tiny and pick-upable?
I can feel 3 more of those fiend blooms in my fairy whiskers. The closest one is at the lighthouse. Let's go.
My fairy whiskers. So true. Oh, is this the area that introduces the skeep?
This'll come in handy. I don't do warning shots. Little warning next time.
I don't do warning shots. A little warning next time. Lol. Blammo. What's over
This
here?
parasite is bad news.
Wee!
And not cool sick, but like bad sick, as in ill, but not like cool ill. I mean like sick ill. You know what I mean.
I really don't.
It's okay, Brick. I do. My character's being stinky. Slay! Whee! This area is so fun. You just bounce around on stuff and have a fun
That
time.
fiend bloom's gotta be around here somewhere. Find it.
Oh my god, he's comfy.
Fate lead me next.
Oh my god, that looks like Toadette!
So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh? Ah, you're here, my faithful mushroom.
Nice reference to Toadette. This area is like a trip. It's so colorful and pretty and fun. Acid trip moment.
Who's a good boy?
Oh,
That's
hiccups.
my boy.
That's my boy. My boy. Slay, slay, slay. It's here. What is in here? How do we investigate? What do I do? Do I punch it? Does it go higher? I am as high as I can get.
Unhand me, hero.
Oh.
Which is to say, put me down near the fiend bloom.
And the Punch Father does his fairy, magic-tastical
There's a tickle in my throat.
thing at the fiend bloom.
Actually. Stop. I need to do something. I want to walk like Tyra. I want to look like Linda Evangelista. A TikTok song? Iconic. You think it's bad to take a pill with an energy drink? Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not the worst. It's not like alcohol.
Just an allergy pill. Oh my god, I ordered that. I'm not gonna say what it is because it's a local place, but like, the breadsticks were so bad. It's really a gamble.
there. Oh. Yeah.
I don't know. It's like literally like 50-50 if they'll give you good breadsticks or not. I'm like,
God.
I just don't want to get up to get another drink. I have to pee though. Oh my god. My life is falling apart. I just keep looking at Monty. This stream is dedicated to Monty. I want to be iconic. We need to do a story quest. It's like, I'm just doing side quests. They're fun, but I'm like, I want to progress the story. No, not my PayPal Pay in 4 going through. Get away. Stop taking my money. What do you need again? I had to use the bathroom. I just got your text. Hello. Oops. I forgot. You're not trans. Get the fuck out of here. Not someone just caught this on Lois's screen when y'all were dating. It said special someone and then it said dash shoddy. Hey yo! We gotta log in today. The clock should be reset. We haven't played it in a couple days. We gotta check on our peoples. But first, let me go pee. Let me take a selfie. And stretch because I've been sitting down and playing for a while. Hi, Batman! I want to be iconic. Ugh. He sees the presence of another blanket. He's intimidated. Intimidated? I'm chilly. It's fucking freezing down here. I turned up the heat, but it's not working. Doesn't help that I'm wearing a crop top. LMAO. Oh my god.
I blame you for trying. Get
I am dying.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you? Simple geometry. Such a murderous mushroom.
Please
That's
no.
more like it.
Please no. Slay. How long do I have to defend this guy? Come on now. Okay, I will say, if I did have any complaints on this game, they're very minimal. And it's like, I think for one, I think making a mushroom companion with mushroom enemies gets a little confusing. In my opinion. And I would say the audio files get a little repetitive from your character. I just want them to be quiet. I don't want to hear it anymore. Like, am I supposed to be fading you? I've heard it like 100 times already. Like, I don't want to hear it anymore. Those are like my only two complaints, I think, right now.
This one's done, son. What? What's that? I feel something malevolent coming.
What?
I'll cut the fairy punch father
Oh.
out if I have to. Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
No.
I've got vengeance on my mind. That's enough to will frost. Stop this.
No, damn! I did not like that one bit. Now let's find another one. Pick me up. I'm sensing some wicked energy from the cathedral. That must be where the next fiend bloom sprouted.
I'm also
Let's get
sensing
that
some
ASAP as possible.
evil energy from the cathedral as well. But that's just me being gay.
I hate that nefarious abomination so much. Even though I'm totally like at one with nature and all that.
Didn't I hear you murdering scores of shroomy guys earlier?
Well, yeah, but that's different. Those guys suck.
Even though the town got all messed up, at least the residents have higher property values. You get it? Because they're... Okay, never mind.
I get it, Tina. I get it. I get it. Maddie, how could you say that? Maddie. Maddie, come on.
You were short work. I do love my stuff.
Now find that fiend bloom.
I run into the cathedral. Hey, everyone.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Oh, pretty. Wait, this is so pretty. I love this. I feel like I'm playing Fire Emblem. Is that better? Did I say it? I didn't say album. Bitches. Sick.
Got no juice.
I just got a purple from a random enemy.
Breathe
Lol.
it in.
Take notice. The twink's quiet. Oh, now he speaks up. Got to. When Marshall becomes a not twink, I lose all my power. It'll be like when Thanos like almost dies. Or well, he does, but like when he loses all his powers.
You're not welcome here, wicked weed.
I start draining.
No.
My life source gets drained. You'll actually be a himbo. You'll evolve from twink to himbo. Not your Pokemon evolution. The screen reflected on my crystals under my eyes, like the rhinestones under my eyes, and it scared me. I was like, oh, what's on my face? I had genuine fear for a second.
I've been dying for a fight. Looks like I pissed off some bad dudes. You take care of them while I scope out the next fiend bloom.
It's like morning there. It's like early in the morning. Oh. I mean, it's 2:30 because I live in Australia.
I found the next fiend bloom at the castle. Come meet me.
I'm Australian. Yeah, Arvo. In the goon bag.
Ooh.
Whee! A slide!
Altitude sickness. I did not think of that.
I love the slides in this level and the jumpy pads. They're so fun.
Out here. You're no match for my magics.
He really did steal your seat.
Prepare to be amazed and dead.
Arvo? What do they call Oprah? That still gets me. Oh my god, when we play Tomodachi Life and I make a real life drop bear, oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, hero.
I would know because the drop bear has attacked me. It's true. Oh, a nice Italian dish. I thought you were American.
Hey, you're big again.
See, that's what I like about you.
That's
Your
what they say
attention
about
to
me in
detail.
bed. Oh,
My fairy
baby.
whiskers were telling me this next fiend bloom is gonna take a more hands-on approach. Gonna need you to watch my back on this one. Come on. This parasite thing is feeding on the life energy of the beanstalk, and I ain't having that. This big, beautiful beanstalk must be protected.
For the townsfolk.
Oh, yeah, them too.
Axa.
I guess.
When you wear Axe body
There it
spray.
is. Now keep those things off me. It's time for punchomancy.
Yeah, he really just doesn't use his wings. He's like, yeah. Spill.
Dusting the crops again?
Is that a Kingdom Hearts reference house music? I like that one girl from Kingdom Hearts. With the hair.
Still time to run the other way. Like rain! Only sharper.
Not y'all like actually guessing. I was like, I like that girl with the hair. And y'all are like, Rapunzel? Selfie? When it could literally be anybody in that game. I literally could have said Kyrie. Oh, a couple's costume idea of like, Sora and Kyrie would be really cute. But like innocent, not like weirdly gross like some people do. Like calm down. You know I love a bob. Barb. Sora and Riku. Are you implying that they're gay? Are you implying gay romance in my video games? I'm sorry, I don't like my children watching that.
I call foul!
The clown shoes. Everyone in Kingdom Hearts is bi. I mean, period. Axel has has awoken something in me. That man with the red hair, the eyeliner. Ooh. I blow up the cathedral. Hello, everybody. Level 20! Slay! That's so cool. We made it to 20 besties. That's a milestone.
join our ranks soon enough.
So no gay. Breaks skateboard. I can't see the next line, so I'm gonna assume that it says breaks skateboard. Twitch really needs to fix that. I'm literally gonna take a video and add them on Twitter. Do you see this, Twitch? My chat isn't going all the way to the bottom. Hello? Excuse me? Not Kara using Murphin as like an adjective. We Murphin love to see it. We Murphin, Murph. I gotta make the thumbnail for that video with all of us, the Murphs. Where are we? Who are we? What have we become? Who is Nemesis, and what are they hiding? Okay.
Like rain, only sharper.
We'll bathe in the sky, and death is flashing before my eye almost.
Yo, look, someone's gonna come around this corner.
Yo!
Fucking
hero.
owned.
Boom! You just got exfoliated. Good thing we fairies don't sweat. We just glisten. Look at me! Look at me glisten! Anyway, we should be able to reach that monster now. Meet me back in town. Come on, let's go!
Oh, did we take a little slide back to town?
Ooh, that's a long way down, Tomodachi. I hope you got buns of steel. Now get to sliding!
Tina referencing Tomodachi life. We love to see it. The way they took pictures, that's so funny. Oh, I almost fell off. That would have been bad.
So, how's that took us doing? Is it okay? I wouldn't want to damage your glorious glutes.
Oh, saying I have a nice dumpy. My poor companions are like dying right now. Oh my god, I have an itch on my eye. It needs to cease. I don't want to get up to get a mirror. Like, I really do not.
What shall I meet death out with next?
I almost just fell.
Now get in there and whip that parasite's parasitic butt.
Oh, this is a boss fight?
When it's over.
That nasty, nasty, big little mushroom monster awaits. Below.
Oh, shit. The weirdest spot I've ever had an itch. It's like in my eye socket under my eyebrow. Like, hello? You finished?
It took me. I think I started at 6. That's when you start your makeup.
Yeah. So what took you 6 hours? We'll take a picture of it.
That's what you were in the house.
6 hours Lego sculpture. Slay moment.
But 4 hours into it, I really wish I got the Thanos thing instead.
The Thanos gauntlet? Yeah, I would put that on my shelf 100%. I mean, I'm probably gonna put that on my shelf too, but...
Oh my god. Where did the put? Feels better down here.
Oh, it is a boss fight.
What have we here? I must reload. Let's fly.
This does a lot of damage for how slow it shoots. Pretty impressed. It's gonna regen its health. I feel it. Oh, it's draining my health to drain its health. Oh my god, look, it has a head! Oh my god, it's a skull inside of a mushroom. Because it's a parasite. That's kind of scary. A legendary? Hey, yo? Oh god, no, please don't kill me. Please stop! I don't want to die.
Ready to bring the arcane pain? Well, sure kicked the shiitake out of that thing.
Our first legendary. Don't put it there. Just keep it there. Well, I can move it. We'll find a place for it. We need to poo. Go off.
Insert.
You turn off the mirror. Is this the mushroom that Willow Pill worships? True. Well, glad you had fun with your Legos. Two snipers. Jeez. Two wieners? I'm surprised we got a legendary from one of the random enemies and not the boss. That's strange, but I mean, period. I'm glad we did it because that's a new boss, so that's kind of cool.
Yo, welcome back.
New boss I can farm.
You saved the day, hero.
Damn right I did.
The beanstalk is safe, thanks to you.
And the townsfolk, too.
Right, them too. That's also good. Anyway, thanks for your help. Remember, only you can prevent sporous spires.
With that, the corruption was no more.
Sporous spires.
Punch Father was free to, you know, go commune with other nature in different places and, let's be honest, probably punch stuff, because it's, kind of his jam. Quest complete!
Only you can prevent sporous spires. Spell bestie, you really slayed with that one. We'll do this and then we'll go to the quest. Where is it? Where's the first one? I'm doing something, please ignore. I'm literally trying to do something. Can you fuck off?
Simple geometry.
Okay, I'm out. Y'all are annoying me. Bye. Bye, bitch. Ah! I can't believe they really want us to work for them again. I can't do this. Pathetic. After you fired me. How dare you?
Hey, kid, stop! What are you doing?
I need to go to the world map. No, I just need to like... I just need to get to the overworld. Can I do that? Oh. Slay. Well, how are we feeling? I'm feeling sexy and free. The world's raining on me. And a shot of pure gold. I'm about to explode. You ever forget to breathe? Too. What if I just like... I do a lot actually. Oh my god, that's a good thing at the bottom. Oh my god, this like itch. Isn't my eyelash making it itchy? Probably. But like, it's so itchy. But it's gonna mess up my makeup if I keep touching it. Stop! I use attack. Oh my god! Guys, I'm not enjoying my experience with this. It's my eyelash making my eyebrow itchy. I hate it. I take off my eyelash. Just kidding. I would never do that. Unless... Penis. Yeah, I only have one eyelash on. That would be so slay fierce. Hashtag Team Georges. I said it. Yeah. Oh, this looks scary. It's so spooky. I scooch in my chair. Hi! Hello-ness! I really wish I understood that, but I don't. So, here we are. If we're talking about track records, I didn't have to lip sync 3 times in one episode. Hi, Cams.
Only the barest wisps of sunlight have crept down to this, the deepest trench of the ocean depths. Woo! I just remembered! You're gonna meet one of my favorite characters.
I remember when I was your favorite. See how that turned out? Watch your back, Fate Maker, or you might find some fangs in it.
Yeah, it's technically underwater, but it was underwater, let's say. I'm sorry, my whole body is like itchy right now. I'm gonna take this allergy pill with my energy drink. Should be so camp. I don't think this is safe. I'm not gonna do it actually. It's because Monty was down here, now I'm all itchy.
Simple geometry.
Yes, I love you.
Such a murderous mushroom.
Right in time.
Like, that's tea.
I don't do warning shots.
Like, that's tea, bestie.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Target.
You cannot escape my gaze.
A coiled priestess named Kasara stands before you. She seems to wish you no harm.
She's so hot. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? She's hot. What a serve. Like, how fucking cool is that? Cosplay idea. If I saw a cosplayer doing this, I would give them all my money.
Quite the collection.
Like, how fucking cool is that? That's so dope. Have big hands. Big fingies. Oh my god, look how long her fingies are. Oh! Hi. Hey. Hey, yo. We have to find Mr. Torg and do this so I can look up his skirt. Sorry.
What are you doing down here, smooth skin?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a little salt on the way she said smooth skin. I'm offended, I think.
Honestly, I don't even see what the big deal is about having skin. Sometimes skin's too dry, sometimes skin's too wet. Ugh, no thanks.
Yeah, you wouldn't get it. It's a skin thing.
Okay, the next person to say skin is spontaneously combusting.
She said it first.
I'm just walking through. What are you doing here?
Oh my god.
I am sorry. It has been a very long time since I spoke with anyone. Of course, you seek passage. I can aid you. Here, take this cipher. Now, gaze upon the shrine and let the words flow through you.
Yeah, Drill, yeah! Whoa, how did I do that?
Only the coiled may be granted passage through the drowned abyss. This cipher grants you our speech. There are 3 more shrines. You must intone their words aloud before the doors to the Temple of Sacrifice will
Entomb.
This was once a sacred place to me and my sisters. Long ago when we shared skies, before the days of chains, before the drowning. You must reach the Temple of Sacrifice. Inside is a light that will grant us passage.
Lysandra, my queen.
Okay,
Lysandra, my beloved.
she's creeping me out a little, and not just because she used the S word.
Yeah, she's got too many proper nouns going on. Chains, drowning, sacrifice.
What? No! She's great! I really want you to like her! Well, you guys trusted the skeleton man just fine.
Yeah, he was a pirate.
Okay, well, with your detect intent ability, you can tell that she's a real sweetheart who's honest and trustworthy, and you love her.
Yeah, but the priestess class has the conceal intent ability.
Thoughts? Yeah, Drill Fatagan!
The stuff she's making us read sounds super evil.
What? You don't know? It could be like a recipe or something.
Yeah, a recipe for people.
Ixnay on the animalism K. We're keeping it rated T for Tina here.
T for Tina.
Let's fly! Now that's the good stuff.
Oh, this sniper is good. I like that. I like the beat.
Dodge this!
The Scuttle Crab from League of Legends.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? Go here, my faithful mushroom.
Back on the clock, boss.
All right, moving on.
Are you lost, my little morsel? Walk on!
Drill, we're gonna go for Taggin!
Okay, fine, I can't resist lore. What's the deal with the drowning?
This city was once a beacon of civilization, a symbol of the united, coiled people. But some craved power and allied themselves with the dread void god known as Drill. When he was cast down to the depths by other gods, so too was the city dragged with him.
Sounds like a real bummer.
I was there in the hour of splitting, when our elders cast
Stop reading, look!
Drill against my warnings. Since then, I have stayed as the caretaker of this place, alone, but for the maddened cries of what were once my sisters. It was the bummest of bummers.
I have the scent of them.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you?
you ain't as bad as you smell. This'll come in handy.
Slay. Oh, so pretty, that design. The blue with the staff, that's gorge.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
I love this race of the coiled. They're like a really cool like I like their designs.
The words are spoken, and the seal is undone. You may enter the Temple of Sacrifice.
Why do I get the feeling we're the sacrifice?
Quit it! Kasara's cool, okay?
Ah, she's laying it on way too thick. You can see the twist coming a mile away, can't you?
Even after the drowning, my sisters continue to practice profane rituals. I have observed their rites and know them well. We will need to light a fire.
Why would there be a fire pit in an underwater temple?
Because it, surprise ambush! I see.
Not as the enemy names, lol. That's camp.
Destroy the ark!
I rescued them, but really? You knew what this was!
That's enough to will fraud. I can get used to this. Okay, I came up with a reason for the fire.
This is no ordinary fire, Seeker of Passage. You will need a magical amberjack, a fiery fish whose flames burn even underwater.
Right, but all the fish died when we blew up the ocean.
Fine. Then there's one in a chest right in front of you.
Uh-huh. Slay.
I hate you, and you, you're okay.
That is one dead fish. Could it still light a fire?
Wow, Valentine, I didn't know we had a fishologist in the house. It's a magic fire fish. And it's got tons of magic fire juice still all up in it, okay?
Not a fishologist. Oh, Tina's plucked. She is mad. Bothered.
You'll be mine soon enough.
What does it do? I want to test it. I thought it was going to be like a cool thing, but it's not. Oh.
Perfect. Now complete the sacrifice.
All right, newbie. Time to give up all your blood.
The fish itself is the sacrifice.
Oh. Huh. Okay.
The temple has accepted your sacrifice. Follow that light. It will take you to the final step of your passage.
See? She didn't want to sacrifice you after all. She's cool.
I don't know. Something about her just makes my skin.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Skull. It makes my skull crawl?
Ooh, are you
True.
sure that's the word you wanted to use? Because there's another S word that you could use. I mean, there's still some time for spontaneous combustion.
Nope. Just using a completely normal phrase that everyone else uses. Makes my skull crawl. Normal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Look, I appreciate how hard you're committing to the dumb hero bit, but you do get you're walking right into her trap, right? It's hacked right in. Even those other idiots at the table can see through it.
Little warning next time.
Oh, I want to see what it's all about. Oh, we're about to do a boss fight.
Spend your gold at the only vending machine with the Queen's blessing.
Let's see how far we can stretch these bad boys out. Ah! Okay, not that far.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it.
Deal before us.
And Kasara is there waiting for you.
Gorgeous.
Wait, how did she get here first?
Pretty
So
suspicious.
pretty.
Look, please, you guys will really like her if you just talk to her a little more.
I am afraid I haven't been completely honest with you.
Aha! I knew it!
There is one last sacrifice to make.
Here it comes.
And I make it gladly. I will go with you.
What?
When my sisters fell to the temptations of drill, I blamed myself. I vowed to remain in solitude for my sins. But you have shown me that passage through hardship can only be accomplished alongside friends. I will join your party and aid you on your quest.
No, what? No! There has to be a twist. She's lying. The priestess's maddened sister's attack, drawn by her nefarious spells.
Sisters, I defy you now as I defy you.
Yes, she's working with us. Period, baby.
Like rain, only sharper. Oh, you are vile. Is this my last Raven!
Ooh, wait, I have like a fast knife now. That's cool. Hiya! Hiya! Yeah! Yeah! True.
I rest. Thank you, Seeker of Passage. You have given me hope. I will repay you in kind. With friendship.
Yeah, not buying it.
No, dude, she really means it.
Ow, fuck.
May I have a hug? It has been so long since I felt the warmth of another on my
Oh, I
skin.
want to give her a hug.
You said the S word.
No, she didn't.
She super did, and you said...
I know what I said! Oh, fine!
No!
I never saw the sun again.
Tina!
Happy now?
Here, let's all just go talk to the evil god of the deep, shall we? That sounds like fun.
Tina, that was so unnecessary.
Fate maker, but you can't save everyone. Not with a bunker master like her.
Well, way to kill off the best character so far. I'm plucked. Oh, and I'm plucked. The way she just wanted a hug, and then they were like, wait, blow her up. For no reason. Nice.
You didn't really need to kill her off.
Yes, I did, because you made me. And now I have to throw out this whole story I had ready. You know, she had a troubled past, and a yearning for friendship, and a whole redemption arc, and now it's gone!
I don't know. I just thought you were setting up a cool fight.
I live!
Teamwork makes the scream twerk.
Twerk. That Among Us emo. I twerk.
You're in full bloom, ain't ya?
Where are we going? Oh dear God.
Fine, you know what? You wanted a fight? I'll give you a fight!
Not a Cthulhu-like character. I look up. Oh! What? Oh?
Okay, this is the bunker master I know. Welcome to Tantrum City.
No.
That's a big, big boy!
He's scary. I'm gonna die.
You little rock blossom.
My God, this gun does so much damage. Actually, I'm gonna survive. I'm gonna do just fine.
Ready to cast. I made a meaner stuff than that. I never get tired of that.
You guys are ruining the game! Sara was my favorite character!
We're playing the game too. You can't shove a character down our throats and force us to love her.
I'm the bunker master, and what I say goes!
Uh-oh, it's still alive? Dear God. Not his blood is thunder. Ah!
Unleash hell. Where will fate lead me next? The spoils of war. Hello there, little sprout.
Not sharp enough.
I see how it is. It begins.
Oh, he's not dead. Oh no. Oh no.
We're all just trying to have fun. You're the one who set the rules. And anyway, if you hadn't said the S word, she would still be alive.
Oh, so now you care about rules. Well, Here's a rule. Rule of threes, bitches!
Yeah, they can't say skin or your character will blow up. Because Tina made a rule for some reason.
Like rain, only sharper.
Fuck. Oh no. Woo! Close.
Reckon I earned that.
Nice.
Might have lived if you'd run.
That was a good boss fight.
It's just... If you didn't like Sara, then you probably don't like me. And you're gonna leave, and I'm gonna be all alone again.
Look at the name of it!
Tina, we're not leaving. We're having fun playing this game with you.
Yeah, that boss fight was awesome. And newbies kicking mega turbo butt as the fate maker.
So you're gonna stay?
Like you said, fate doesn't divide us. Fate brings us together.
Of course we're staying. I want to see how this ends. And maybe Kasara could even come back as a friendly ghost.
Nah, she's dead. I'm over it. Quest complete! Do the thing where it says quest complete!
Do you see how fragile she really is? All that fear, all that doubt. Where do you think she puts it? Right into this world. She has all of the cruelty of a god and none of the responsibility.
Be nice to Tina. Hi, Jabaka. How you doing? Slay.
The Fate Maker begins to wonder. With the world torn in two, can balance ever be restored? Is it enough to defeat evil? Or must it be destroyed entirely?
I literally hate Bitmojis. Make me sick.
You have emerged from the depths and permanently unlocked a new shortcut. Look at you.
Oh, a new shortcut?
Okay,
Slay.
so I got a little spicy back there. You know, Tina had a little bit of a habanero thing going on, but we're gonna get the adventure back on track, okay? Fate Maker, you are nearing the former ocean's edge. But what was once sea level is now a towering cliff. You'll need to find a way up.
We'll be fine. I want to progress the story a little bit. It's really cold. I'm so chilly. Hi, welcome to Chili's. Oh, rip. The fuck is
So
that?
you're sticking with her in this pathetic quest, are you? Fine. I know what it's like to have your fate chosen for you. But I'm owning this villain thing, okay? World's not gonna cover itself in darkness, you know?
Slay the world.
You come across a mysterious relic, and it is just giving off super magic vibes.
Oh, you know I want to touch that.
light. I'm alive. Oh, wait. All right, halfway there at least. But you freed me, adventurer. Thank you.
Whoa! Who are you?
I had a name long ago, but now they just call me the Wastard.
A Wastard?
What's a Wastard?
Oh, you know, a real son of a witch. Get it?
We Wastards are rare, powerful magic users. I'm a necromancer, but when I refused to do that Dragon Lord's bidding, he ripped my soul out of my body and stuffed it into this relic. Dick move, right?
Yeah, dick move. I'm actually headed to the Dragon Lord now. Gonna hit him a whole lot.
Great, we're going the same way. Look, I need to get my body back. If you help me, I'll give you a powerful tool against the Dragon Lord. Here, a live demonstration. Well, half-live. This guy's just the only way up, but it's protected by a barrier hex. Luckily, hexes are sort of my thing. See?
Slay.
Not a problem.
Neat trick.
I can show you how to dispel hexes once I have my body back. Now we gotta climb these cliffs. Road trip.
Whoa! What did you just do?
Hey, relax. I'm just hitching a ride. Mobility's not a ghost strong suit. Ever wonder why they always stick around in gloomy-ass houses? It's not for the decor.
I would just like to highlight that I'm not putting up a fight about trusting this necromancer.
Hey, that's character growth, baby.
Totally unrelated. Newbie, there's something called a reverse exorcism, where you trap someone's soul in your own body and then explode, sending you both to hell, in case you need some help.
Oh yeah, that's real. Messy stuff. Happened to my buddy Connor at a birthday party.
Cartography, my first love. This will end you! What is that?
Just a standard elevator that's also a skeleton. A skelevator.
Oh, that's
Just
cool.
get it myself. Got a little penthouse in the skull. That jaws are ticket up. Let me see if I can still magic it down in this form. Longonaria cucurbita. Okay, well, it's down. Let's get to that jaw. I see another geyser over there, but... Oh, perfect. Those rocks are being held up by the raw quartz inside them. You can probably move them around if you shoot the quartz.
What? What am I shooting? Oh.
Good stuff. See what happens? Dodge this!
Uh-oh. Jawbone is blocked off by another barrier hex.
I can dispel this thing, but not while all this necromantic energy is around. Kill these jerks, will you?
Oh, it like pulls them in. That's cool. It's a Thanos snap, so lol.
So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh? Unleash hell!
Hi. Hi.
Can't wait to throw some spells!
Thanks, Mua. Thanks, little guy. I texted you to come in because I wanted to tell you the story. Long story short, the arcade that fired me the week before Christmas wants me to work for them again because apparently they're opening back up. I said, y'all fired us before Christmas with no notice? The fuck? He promised me more pay too, and then fired me. Oh, I guess Marshall wasn't here for it either. Yeah, they messaged me and said, if y'all want to work here again, you can. We're opening Memorial Day weekend. I said, the fuck? They didn't even ask me. They go, hold on, I'll read the message. 1 second. I'll read you the exact message. I got a message from our group work chat that hasn't been talked in months. And someone said, hey, the owner of the store said they're gonna try to open Memorial Day weekend. Could be sooner though. And I said, are we getting rehired? Then what the fuck is happening? And then everybody was like, yeah, what I said. Everybody was like, yeah, what they said. I was like, yes, everybody will come back if they want. Crickets. Crickets. You also missed the lesbian lovers earlier, Mia. There was a lesbian relationship. This game. Yeah, there were two girls that were like falling in love with each other, and then a goblin came around and decided to finger blast the other girl. So
That's a case of lockjaw.
it was a girl goblin though. So like lesbians.
Keep my friends busy. Just to be clear, they're not my friends. I was just trying to sound cool.
Yeah, very bikini
Man,
emoji.
it's weird how every character you meet around here is a lonely failure fighting for air in an ocean of desperation. Like Flotsam. Or Jetsam. Or whichever. Maybe it's something about you that attracts losers. Maybe it's the only type.
Like I said though, earlier in the VOD too, I said I'll probably end up working for the arcade again. I'm gonna ask for a lot higher pay though. And if the schedule doesn't work, then nah, because I'm fine doing what I'm doing. I mean, I only want to do it so I can get more money for, like, streaming stuff, you know? And, like, afford the PC. I even forgot about that. So I'll probably do, like, a couple weeks.
Hello, you! That's more like it!
And then if it's, like... I'll probably, like, go hammer time the first couple weeks and then be like, alright, well, my schedule's looking kind of...
Back by popular demand.
I can only work a couple days, so... Just so I can get a fat paycheck. And then be like, I'm a skedaddle. I'm out. Peace. That Weaver bomber is terrible. Like, I don't like that.
More of you, is it? Won't be enough. feeding you.
Ginger Minge?
Feeding you.
I'll be your gummy beer. Oh, I know Gray's getting up. Gray said, get up. Resident #1 Ginger Minge stan, the gummy bear enthusiast. I'll be your gummy beer. Stop! What is this? Get out of my face! Gummy, gummy, gummy bear. Did she perform that? So true. Real winner of All-Star 6 and Season 7 of Drag Race. Oh my god. Did you see her like out of drag, or did like you go to her show that's in Chicago right now? So I know Alexis is doing hair for that, right? You went to see the hit show, Ginger Minge Gummy Beer, the musical?
Simple geometry.
Woo! I have to admit something. I need to tell. I have a story I really can't tell for the live, but please look in the subs only chat later. I will definitely post it there in the Discord. I could actually send it now. I'm gonna send it now. I really can't say it on the live.
You look like a little angel when you're sleeping.
Where's subs only chat?
We can't stop. What are we doing?
Shush. I just sent it. Can you believe when my sister told me, I was like, no way. I was like, I don't really care, but like the fact, I was like, I was shocked. That's like reality TV bullshit. That's nuts. Like, full on, like, I was like, damn, how long have you not been paying that? Like, girl. Like, even me living at home right now, I at least give my mom some money. Because I want to help her out so she can, like, you know, afford everything with, like, medical bills. But also so, like, I'm, like, so, like, it keeps up the practice of paying rent. So I'm like, you want to drag me? You want to drag me? You can't get rid of me, bitch. I can't. I have another thing to say. Apparently I'm scary. I don't know. I really don't know, dude. She's fucking insane. Scared of trans people core. Like, girl. I just thought that was funny when I found out today. I was like literally when my sister was telling me, I was like seriously like gasping for air. I was like, no. There's even more to the story. I'm deleting that last one, but that last one, I was like, no. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, you're only getting half the story. I was like, are we 2 years old? But I'm the problem, right? Right. No, literally, it's this.
You behave yourself this time, all right?
I can just skip this. I'm skipping this. Insane though, right? Like literally the last 24 hours have been crazy. Like what is happening around here? Like what is happening? Can I just like play my video games? Like is that too much to ask? Ava bestie. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing half the... Okay. Alright. Hi, Ava bestie. Oh, I'm being revived. Thank you, Mushroom bestie. I'm literally dying. Maybe I should have done some side quests. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. No! Oh my god. I've had a fucking thing I've had a Dorito this entire stream. I'm literally... I hate it here. I'm really struggling with this quest, it seems. Everything is not what it seems. Boo-doo-doo-you.
Brave it in!
What do I do? Like, hello? My Wi-Fi ass. My fat ass, I'm sorry. Ah! Do I have to kill all these guys? I think I do.
Let's make this interesting.
I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Oh, piece of candy. I think it's safe to say that, let's go back to the safe space. It sounds like I've missed a lot of stuff in the last couple days. Okay, let me do a recap for you, bestie. I got your back. We've just been playing Tiny Tina. We did a giveaway earlier today. Should be doing more very soon, so I would say maybe possibly hold off if you can to see if you'll win a copy of the game if you really want it. The arcade that I got fired from, they asked me to work again. They asked me to work there again, Ava, after they fired us around Christmas. Like, y'all are insane. And then the thing in the Discord. And then Shoddy was here earlier. Shoddy made a Lego sculpture. And then Monty was here, and Monty tried to break my desk. It was very camp. Oh yeah, Mia, you missed Monty. Yeah, Shoddy wasn't here the entire stream. Shoddy was here for like 5 hours making Legos.
You're in
But like not on
full
camera.
bloom, ain't ya?
They were just like here on commentary. And Monty was here, and so I have like a little cubby, like I have the square cubicle things to like you know, like those square cube unit things to put stuff in. I have that next to my computer to like hold my router and then like stuff I need. He climbed in one and almost knocked my router over, and almost knocked the router off the thing. And he's big, so like he barely fit in the tiny cube. He's so dumb, but I love him. What about yesterday though? Oh, that was the collab stream. So we played Tiny Tina with Deer and Kara. Trashley had to leave early because Trashley's internet, like their stream was like cutting out a lot. It was just like their Wi-Fi that was sucking. And then the Borderlands servers were down while we were trying to all play together. So I was trying to sell the game, but I was also like, the servers are not working, so like slay. But that happened. Oh! Where's Mr. Torg? I want to see his penis. So that happened. I streamed until like 4 a.m. We just did this. I did like 5 costume changes. It was ridiculous. And then the day before that, we just progressed through this. That's like the main plot points I can really think of. We haven't done Tomodachi, but I'm going to do it very soon. I think I'm going to try to do this next story quest and then switch to Tomodachi because the time will be fixed on the game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, someone came into chat. That was the day before yesterday. No, it was yesterday. Someone came into chat and literally was like, I'm not going to spoil it. And then spoiled it literally 2 seconds after in a chat message. I was like, you're dumb. So I timed them out, but then I was like, okay, mods, ban them, because I don't want them coming back. And we talked shit about them for 20 minutes, so it was very slay. But annoying. And I said gays don't deserve rights. Which, like, true. Oh, and at the start of the stream today, we had an open discussion about gender identity and, like, what trans femme means. Like, someone didn't know what it meant, so I like talked about gender, and people said that I did a good job at explaining it. So that was kind of slay of me. So yeah, that's what you missed on Glee. Yeah. Well, I knew as soon as that happened, like, everybody had to stay off Twitter, but there was no really like, oh yeah, today's the day. You know what I mean? Like, I knew as soon as that gold bar, it was like, well, here it comes. The way RuPaul was cackling, I was like, literally, calm down. Like, literally, the producers were like, let's make RuPaul giggle. Let's entertain the old man in a wig. Sorry, that was so mean. But, like, RuPaul was laughing so hard. I was like, calm it down, Toots. Like, literally, like, laugh, like, ha ha ha, you got it, bitch! What did we get for unlocks? Oh, you can unlock a new facial hair! Hello? Okay, I guess you can't. My character disappearing. True. Oh, a face mask? That's cool. Oh, that's awesome. I want to wear that. That's so cool. Well, that's cool. You can unlock stuff like that. Isn't that awesome? I like that. That definitely means there's more hair and stuff unlockables. We just haven't gotten there yet. We got a new blush? I put a face mask on, so now I can't even see it. LMAO. Hold on. My character looked sexy with facial hair. Wait a second. Gender envy. Just kidding, I hate facial hair. Oh, that's cool. Like reptilian scales. Oh, because we were just in the mermaid area. Oh, yeah. Mia, you also missed the hot MILF mermaids. Poor Mia. Ooh, volcanic eruption. That's cool. The mermelfs. The mermeefs. I cannot go anywhere. It's okay, you saw gummy beer. I'll be your gummy beer. Oh, it's a leaf color scheme. Oh, that's cute. The mermeefs. So true, Meefy. Oh my god, that's awesome. I'm so excited to unlock Nor stuff. I'm so excited you unlock Nor stuff. Yeah. That's cool, though. Like, unlockables are like that. Because I thought, like, that was it for customizations, but that's cool that you can unlock more stuff. I need to pee, because I've been having a lot of caffeine today, so I'm just going to use the restroom. Also, my look today is inspired by Liv Morgan. And there's black inserts in my hair, but you can't really see it. What's happening? Can we talk about... Oh, sorry. What was that? What did you say? I totally missed it. The episode besides that part. Oh, there's a hair. Ah! The runway was rotted. I'm sorry. I still think that. I, like, didn't like a single look. Do you think the runway was mirror, mirror, or do you think they got something, like, reflective? And, like, I think their prompt was reflective. But I think they changed it to mirror, mirror. And then the week before was, like... Oh, I like Daya's, yeah. But I'm, like... I love Daya, but, like, Daya, like... Where's the versatility? I'm like, I want to see Daya in a finger wave, not smoky eye, cut crease, red lip, like Marilyn Monroe, and then like crown her. But I'm like, I just like I want to see everything, you know. I'm eating a donut. You don't think? I thought so. Me too, Ava. She got their critique. I don't think she's gonna wear them anymore, the bra and panties. Y'all really thought Helotus didn't win that? I love that you can tell that Telos is just chiming back in the chat because he hasn't been here for like 5 minutes. He doesn't know what's going on. Just saying whatever comes to mind. Oh, that was so good. Does anyone want a donut? I thought, George ate that. No crumbs. Like, that move, like, with, like, the popping and locking. I was like, damn. 8. I was like, that's the winner right there. Their prompt must have been super vague. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it was reflective and they changed it. I don't know why they, like, changed the name of the runway, because then it's like, you're not doing anyone a service. You're ruining it for everybody. So, why change the name? Because if it was reflective, I understand that. Because Deja and Angeria's were not mirrors. At all. I don't think so. I agree. I agree with Evashus. I agree with Evashus. I just like it. I think I do. I sometimes do think. Do you want my opinion? That was so aggressive of me. Do you want the real tea, or do you want me to be nice?
Welcome in.
I don't know. I love yep. I love the competition and I love Drag Race, but considering the last like couple of years we've gotten winners with like I don't want to be like I think every winner is deserved in some way, but if we were to have another winner that's like their track record isn't stellar, which I don't think your track record has to be stellar to win Drag Race. I just think it would be kind of weird, I guess. I don't know. Like, I think Willow is doing an amazing job, and I think, honestly, is my winner right now. So, if they were to, like, if Bosco makes top 4, and they make top 2, and Bosco wins over Willow, I'm not really sure how to make of that, because I think Willow is, like... Willow would have to really mess up in the next couple of episodes for me to be like, they're not winning. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like we've already done the storylines of winners having up and downs in the season. Like, we don't need another one. Like, just crown a winner that deserves to be a winner. That didn't sound right. But, like... I feel like the front runner should get it. Because, like, they have so many people complaining all the time. They're like, track record, blah. So, like, just do it to shut people up, I guess. I don't know. Who do we really see winning? I mean... That's another good point. Asa, I agree. If it is lip sync for the crown, I would be scared if I was Bosco, considering they've lip synced. What is it now? 5 times almost? 4. I don't know. Like, I think Jada and Simone are perfect examples of like winners that their track records and stuff, like they shine and you can tell they're a winner, and their track records might not reflect that, but they're amazing winners. And that storyline is already like, we have it. So like, I think someone like Willow or even Angeria that have been like shining in their own way this season, I feel like they deserve to win. Like, every week, everybody's like, Willow Pill. I'm like, okay, crown her. I also think it's between Willow and Angeria. I don't think anybody else really has a shot. But that's just my open onion. Me tying this blanket around my waist is so slay. It's cinching in all the right places. I want to take my bra off so bad. What if I did?
certainly the most powerful man in Brightuf. I should send him some tea. Paladin Mike is certainly the most powerful man in Brightuf. I should send him some tea.
In the beanstalkified town, a mighty, super regal beast is imprisoned and longs to be free. It's also pretty hungry, so maybe bring a little snackaroonie.
Paladin Mike is certainly the most powerful man in Brightuf. I should send him some tea.
Why is this bitch not shutting up? I actually think I'm gonna call it a quits on Tiny Tina now, and we're gonna switch to Tomodachi and WWE. We will play more of this tomorrow. But we did a story quest, so that's pretty solid. Ding! Stop. Why do I keep getting stupid Doritos? Get away. I don't even like Doritos. Okay, Slay, let's do Tomodachi. I don't know why we haven't made Mama Sis on Tomodachi Life. We gotta make Mama Sis. Someone dates Mama Sis? What then? True. Mia would. Mama Sis is a MILF. Love her. She's hot. Slay mom. Shoot, I think we're gonna do Mama Sis in drag on, I think, Friday. Next Friday. Her first time in drag. I don't know if she's gonna be able to take it, but I believe in her.